Good evening, everybody. We are having some technical difficulties here at the hall, so please bear with us. Laura, did your computer restart? I see Lawrence is on.
Somebody has to resend the link to Darla. Darla said she lost it. I just got that email.
But I can't hear anybody.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
You're good. Whoever just spoke, you're fine.
It's Daryl. Thanks, Lawrence. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, I got you, man.
Lawrence, I just sent Darla the link to this meeting.
Thank you. Sorry, I Zoom off my phone, so I was sending a text.
Yeah, I get it.
Hi, good evening. I hear no audio.
Steve, we're having some issues here at the hall with our internet and getting Darla connected from home. So it's
Okay.
just a brief minute.
All right. Okay, great. I'll go back on mute. Thank you.
All right, and is Mr. Stewart on?
I think I saw him.
Okay, wonderful. All right, we think we have all the computer issues squared away here. We'll go ahead and start with roll call. Or, well, we'll call the meeting to order. And it's 7:10, and we'll go ahead and start with roll call. And please remember, when we do roll call, we need you to state where you are currently located at, the address of where you are located.
All right, Christie.
Here, and I'm at 1485 West Olson Road in my office at the hall.
All right, William.
I'm at 1969 West Hines Road at my home.
Darla.
Unmute.
Darla.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. 1489 West Stewart.
And that's your home address, correct?
Yes.
Lawrence.
I'm at home at 1332 West Olson.
13, I'm sorry, it cut out.
1332.
All right, thank you. And Laura, I'm here at the hall at 1485 West Olson in my office. Okay,
All right, can I get an approval of the agenda, please?
Motion to approve the agenda.
I'll support.
And
Okay,
go ahead and
okay.
take roll call.
Yep, motion on the floor. Bill made a motion to approve the agenda, seconded by Darla. All right. Bill,
Yes.
Darla,
Yes.
Lawrence, Lawrence,
Yeah, sorry.
and I will say yes, and Christie.
Yes.
All right, motion carried.
All right. Sorry, I'm trying to get it so we can see the budget.
Somebody said they didn't hear Bill on the roll call. I'm not sure. There's a chat at the bottom. I'm not sure, but he did say yes, if you can hear me, whoever you were.
Bill said he was at home on his Hines Road.
Correct. Does that answer your question? I'm not, it flashed before my face. I'm not sure who it was. He said, okay, we're good. Thank you.
While we're waiting to get this up and moving along, Daryl, do you want to go ahead and do your fire report?
Sure. If that's okay with everybody, trying to get back to my Word document here. Last month, in the month of February, we had a total of 38 runs for Lee Township Fire Department. There were 6 fires in Lee, 19 medicals, 3 traffic for a total of 28. Greendale had no fires, 7 medicals, 3 traffic for 10. We had no mutual aid last month and that we gave, and we have a total of 6 fires, 26 medicals, 6 traffic incidents, again for a total of 38 rather, 38. I was working very diligently on trying to get the grant information done. Unfortunately, it took beyond the closing of the date of the Assistance for Firefighters grant in order to be able to get the government site to open up with our information. It took over 2 weeks for them to confirm that we actually have a fire station at 507 South 9 Mile in Midland, Michigan. The company that we were using has allowed us to be able to roll that over into the next AFG cycle, which we anticipate will be later this year. We hope this calendar year. And other than that, I have a request in to you. I don't know where you want to handle it, to the board to approve Scott Cronkite for a lieutenant's position with a resignation letter from Nick Burkett, who moved to Texas just in time for the storm. And his lieutenant position is open. So I'd like to have the board at whatever point accept Nick's resignation with our regrets and thanks, and appoint Scott Cronkite to the open lieutenant position.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to accept the resignation of Nicholas Burkett from the fire department, or I should say as a lieutenant for the Lee Township Fire Department.
I'll second it.
All right, and Laura, go ahead and take roll when you're ready.
All right. Darla,
Congrats, I have to agree with that. He was good.
Lawrence,
Yes.
I will say yes. Christie
Yes.
and Bill.
Yes.
All right, motion carried. And then we can go ahead and make a motion to appoint Scott Cronkite to the lieutenant position on the Lee Township Fire Department.
Second.
Was
Alright.
that a motion from you, Christie?
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you in your office, but I can't hear you through my computer. What happened? Is it? Can you hear me? It's froze.
You're on mute. Looks like you're back.
I hear you personally, but not online.
Yeah, Christie, you're muted.
Some
How about
reason,
now?
Oh, hear you now.
Perfect. All right, so there was a motion on the floor to appoint Scott Cronkite to the lieutenant position for the Lee Township Fire Department effective today.
And it was seconded by Bill. All right. Lawrence. Lawrence,
Yes.
I will say yes. Christie,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
and Darla.
yes.
All right, motion carried.
All right.
Is there any other questions for me from the board?
I don't think so, not from me. Anybody else on the board with questions for Daryl?
No, I don't have any.
Okay. All right, Steve, do you want to give your report quick?
Yes, I will be brief. We just got the executive report this afternoon. As of Monday, March 8th, we're currently responsible for 116 inmates at the jail. Midland County has 78 and 38 are from federal marshals. Pinecrest, the current census is 44. So you'll tell that we're taking a drop throughout the period of this COVID virus. We've not taken any new admissions. And so we've had a number of people who have been relocated to other facilities, as well as a few deaths, as you might expect with this group. There are 21 new referrals on the waiting list, so that is encouraging. Construction continues to progress on the multi-generational addition that's going on. It looks as though all of the framing and roofing are up, and so it's closed to the elements. And they're continuing with the interior work as the time permits. Okay, moving on. Equalization, staff had been working to get assessments and taxable value review and balancing issues completed prior to printing the 21 assessment rolls. All rolls have been printed for the townships and Coleman, and I believe that they are in the mail, if not already received. Moving along, Health Department. To date, Midland County has 4,461 cases reported and 65 deaths. Current metrics as of March 2nd, Midland County's positivity rate is 3.7%. With 119 daily cases per million. And they are derived from a 7-day running average. During the month of February, the positivity rate was as low as 1%, and we are seeing a bit of an uptick on that. Let's see. The health department continues to administer vaccinations. Right now, I've seen the notification come out that we're handling ages 55 and older with pre-existing health conditions, or if you are a spouse of a first responder, I guess, essential caregiver. So if you qualify, please don't hesitate to call the health department. My wife and I just got our first vaccination last week through the health department. They do a great job. It was administered at the senior center, and everyone there did a wonderful job of handling the traffic. It was all in car. So kudos to everyone involved there. Humans resources, we have vacant positions at Pinecrest, a resident associates on call nursing supervisor. Sheriff's Department is looking for a corrections deputy part-time. I know that Parks and Recreation is looking for summer help, must be 18 years and older. And also for mosquito control. Both of them, the requirements are the same, 18 years and older, a clean driving record, must go through a medical exam, including a drug test. So if you know any college students that are looking for summer work, anyone looking for summer work, that is available. Let's see. And Christie, I think those are the highlights. So I will, unless anybody's got any questions about any current items, I'll sign off, or I won't sign off, but I'll go on mute.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, and I don't believe there are any other guests that are going to be speaking at this time. I know that Gary is going to be joining us shortly. He has another meeting at 7:30. Can I get a motion to move into public hearing in regards to the budget and
Make that
GAA?
motion.
I'll support it.
All right, and Laura, go ahead and take roll call when you are ready.
All right, let's see here. Darla,
Yes.
Lawrence,
Yes.
I will say yes, Christie,
Yes.
and Bill.
Yes.
All right, motion carried.
All right, the first thing that we will look at and go over we're looking at the fire department budget for the 21-22 year. And I do apologize, Laura and I did sit down today for about, what, Laura, 3
I think
hours?
so.
And went through some things. So because there are a bunch of amendments that need to be made for the current fiscal budget year before the end of the fiscal budget year, we will approve these numbers tonight and approve the actual GAA and 7-page budget in accordance with these numbers at that meeting at the end of the month. That will be announced after Laura and I sit through and put these all in. So essentially for the fire department, their estimated revenue, and forgive me, I'm trying to get this to be visible. The balance sheet revenue that will be coming in is $223,720. We weren't really sure why there was a cemetery fund here for restricted donations. We believe that was misplaced. So that is one of the things that Laura and I will be looking into. The appropriation.
Can I interrupt? Will you go back to that? I think it just all of a sudden went off in my head. Where is
Yeah.
it?
Right there on the screen.
Let me get his name.
The fighter
Yes,
that put
yes,
in.
mhm. What's his
Yep,
name?
that makes
Corey
sense.
Forrester.
Yep.
He, that's why that's there. So
Okay,
that was his donation. And
all right. Is it actually for
it's not
cemetery?
for cemetery. I don't know why it's showing up there because I put it under the fire.
Okay,
So,
it'll just be one of those things we need to adjust.
yes.
So spending, the salary and wages for the fire department is at 100, I'm blind, you guys, 160,000? 16,000, sorry. 2,500 for the administrative runs. Need to move this up. Oh, it's at 100. Meeting and runs, those were actually down this year. A lot of these numbers we budgeted off of the 2020 fiscal year because the 2021 year has been so out of whack. We can't really use those numbers as factual. The payroll taxes, that was at 1,500. The pension was at 12,000. Employees' contribution of pension, that needed to have a number added as that was something we started last year. So there was no budget line entry. So this was our year to see where we needed to be. Physicals, we left that at 1,000, even though we could lower it. But as Daryl and I discussed when going over this budget, there are going to be some new recommendations coming down. And we would like to recruit some more people for the Lee Township Fire Department. And in doing so, we do cover their physical expense. Office supplies, we did decrease that to 500. The station supplies and repairs, we left that at 5,000. Oxygen and first response supplies, 1,500. Truck fuel, we left that at 6,000. Small equipment repairs, I believe we did decrease that down to 2,000. The professional contract services was at 5,000. And computer expenses, we're leaving that at 4,300. We're believing that the active 911, which is something else that Laura and I will need to look into, where those are actually being displaced like we had done in the other departments. The telephone and fax, we are decreasing that down to 800 as the spending for the fiscal year was 575.75, and then it's currently 470.25. Mileage 500, convention and training 3,000, community promotion 1,000. The fire department printing and publishing was left at 100. Utilities was left at 7,000, truck supplies and equipment 4,000, ground maintenance and snow plowing 2,500. Vehicle repairs was left at 20,000. Dues and subscriptions was 1,000. There was a large increase from 2020 to what is currently in there, and that is because, as I remember this right, the firefighters something, Daryl, are you still on? The firefighters union, firefighters something.
The Midland County Fire Chiefs Association and the Midland County Firefighters Training Association both have annual dues. The Fire Chiefs Association for certain had not assessed dues because they had a positive fund balance for a couple of years, so they did not. That's why it was out of kilter in the past.
Thank you. Insurance, we did have to increase that, and it is going up every year in order to stay within our budget. We did need to increase that line. The fire department's workers' compensation was left at 5,500, and capital outlay is 0. I'm not really sure why that is still there. We can remove that. As I said again, Laura and I have worked together. We will continue to work together to get the general ledger numbers straightened out. Office equipment, 500, and personal protection equipment was left at 30,000. We have a total appropriations of 206,800, and the net of revenue over appropriations is $1,600,920. So that leaves us in the positive again for another fiscal year for the fire department. Any questions, comments, or concerns on the fire department budget from the board?
Gerald, are you budgeting for a new tanker?
Yes, we are trying to make sure that we can buy a new, probably most likely a pumper tanker. We're doing our best to, that's what the majority of the money is being set aside for right now because of the situation with the tanker.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board on the fire department? Are there any questions or concerns or comments from the public in regards to the fire department budget? And all right, we will go ahead and move on to the general. Is it still, does it show you the general on my screen?
No,
No.
it's still fire.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay. So this is going to be the general budget, general fund budget. The add to use unrestricted fund balance, that is supposed to be the CD amount along with the current bank balance. And then that is updated monthly with interest, expenditures, additions, and quarterly for interest income through CDs. The amount you see there now is the amount we have in CDs for the general fund as current. It does not include the bank balance for general fund at current. The restricted funds for the park, that will be removed from the revenue portion of the general fund. It's not revenue and it's not truly restricted. It was set aside for use at the park and it has been placed in the park, not in revenue. Current real property taxes, that number comes from the tax assessment, and that is the actual, which is 77,751. The adjustments to property taxes, we cannot do those as the number fluctuates, so we can't even budget for it. The road millage, the non-matching and the matching funds, those are being removed from the revenue because they are not actually revenue. They are an in and out, we don't get. So the matching fund that we do put up, we have to take that out of just the regular general, which is an expenditure, not a revenue. Business licenses and permits, that is budgeted as a revenue for 1,500. Trailer park fees, 840. State revenue sharing, that is the actual expected, and that's $390,714. State liquor control, that is $825. Over the years, that has gone down. They base our pay for the state liquor control on how many businesses we have that serve or sell alcohol. Because we used to have 3 and now we only have 1, the state has decreased that amount. Local comm stabilization fund, that's the actual expected at $6,585. The summer tax fees, that's actual expected at $4,750. And franchise fees are $2,126. Franchise fees are things such as Charter and I believe AT&T. Land division fees, we decreased the amount expected. We have to be realistic, and if we get more than we budgeted for, that is great. Salvage yard fees are $200. That's the actual expected. It was talked about. We need to possibly review that ordinance as well as the fee next budget year. Cemetery opening and closing and cemetery foundations. Those are an in and out operation. Anything in those 2 lines then gets paid out in the cemetery expenditures for the cemetery sexton. We budget that at $2,500 for the foundations. We unfortunately and fortunately cannot determine how many people are going to die and be buried in our cemetery. So that one is kind of hard to project, but it is an in and out. Cemetery lot sales, that is being left at $500. Again, we can't anticipate how many sales we're going to have for that, but hopefully this year they do increase with the installation of the columbarium. Interest and dividends, that is put in there at $1,000, obviously with the CDs in the banks, that will fluctuate and vary. Payroll interest, an amount had to be added there to make it realistic. So we did put in $15. The rent from the hall and the rent from the park need to be split apart. We need to be able to determine how much income was brought in each facility. So we are anticipating $2,400 that's adjusted for the pandemic and, the split for the hall, and 1,200 for the park pavilion. We are not budgeting for anything in the miscellaneous line, but we are leaving miscellaneous there in case we do get some revenue that really doesn't fit, I guess, in some other area. The special use permit fees, that is because the Planning Commission put together a application to be able to have special use permits fill out, pay a fee, and that would cover the fees in association with the special meetings, the publications. If the Rodney from Building Place needed to be involved with that, that was an amount that needed to cover it, because that would be an in and out. It does need to be listed there. Somebody did ask a question and somebody else answered it. Perfect. Well, thank you for keeping an eye on that, Laura. Without the yellow highlighted, so if we don't count the CDs, our anticipated revenue is $494,706. If we include all lines and the yellow, we're looking at $948,646.21.
So Christie, back to that chat, they said they only sell beer, but I checked with the state and it still counts.
Yes, that is correct. Any
At
type
first
of
you can't hear me.
alcohol.
Yep,
Yeah.
alcohol is alcohol.
Yep. And they do have to go in there and check, because I remember when Big D's finally closed, we were like, well, why do we still have this?
Right.
But
And
it is
I
because
called and asked, yep.
Yep, that is correct. It has been verified. So are there any questions on the revenue so far from the board?
No, I'm there.
And does the public want to ask any questions about the revenue on the general so far? All right, and moving on, just not that fast. So bank charges, we do have to budget for bank charges. We do get charged bank fees for putting in payroll. And I think that's it, just the ACH transactions. Is that correct, Bill and Laura?
Yeah, the bank charges started when we went direct deposit.
Okay.
And that was our first year, so we really didn't know, but I would say now it averages about 20 a month.
Okay. Appropriations for the township board. The township board is not an individual person. The township board includes every employee and board member that utilize the hall in certain areas within the township. So in looking that over, the pension, I had asked Laura if this needed to be increased because of the pay increases from 2021. And by 2021, I do mean the 19 or like last year. The budget ends this year. There was a pay increase for that. So 25,000 for that. Laura said no, it was good. We needed to add amount for the employees' contribution of the pension, and that was 300. Professional, which is also an in and out. It just has to show that there's something there to take out of. Professional contract services, that is going to be reclassed to 101-223, 801. Charter, Ring Central, those are going to be staying the same. Charter is at 1,400 and Ring Central is at 1,700. We really need to look into a new phone provider. We need to get phone and at least another phone for the treasurer's office here at the hall, as well as something in the general vicinity where the trustees can come in, or the planning commission, or Grant, or the assessor can make phone calls as well. I think if we look at a different company, we're gonna be able to save some some funds. Printing and publishing. All printing and publishing, we decided should be coming out of the township board. So anything that needs to be published, instead of having it be, unless it is one of the planning commissions, that would come out of the special use. The website or web page is what the budget line is called. We are putting 10,000 into that line. That is so that we can get a new website up and running, and so that we can get a server to have access to all the information and to save our information appropriately. Currently, if my laptop breaks, if I drop it on the roadway, it's not backed up by anything. It's a total loss of everything on there. If Laura's computer crashes in her office and doesn't come back on, all of the data from the last 5 years is gone. There's nothing backing that up. BSNA is backed up. She does back that up, but essentially it's gone. So if we got a server installed here, we would be able to not only save money by not printing out the packets, they could be saved to the server, which would be secure from the public. It would only be accessible through board passwords and in here. And you could pick and choose what you wanted to download off there or open up and view. That would also allow us to scan in some of our archived items in the fireproof room that need to be taken care of soon, as a lot of that documentation is on older receipt paper and the ink is fading, and we really need to preserve some of that. That would give us a great ability to be able to do so. Also with the BSNA programs, we would be able to look at, I'd be able to see what Laura has in the GL instead of having to bug her to print that. Or, hey, can you look this up? I would be able to look at it. I just would not be able to enter anything. Same with the tax database and the assessing. So it would be accessible, but not enterable unless that was your specific duty. The miscellaneous, we did put in $100, even though I truly feel everything should have a home. But Laura and I discovered there was a time when $99 needed a home, and we both decided to use that line and then couldn't remember what it was for until today. Dues and expenses. Dues and expenses that go here are things such as MTA, the annual fees, that sort of thing for the township. So the total expenditures expected for the township board is $42,500. Board members, any questions or comments?
I have one. I didn't realize that your work was not backed up. And I even hate to use this because I know what's already on our plates. We need to look into that like ASAP, because Christy, I've just seen what you've done, tons and tons of work here, and if it got lost. And I know Laura has too. Okay, so it's not just,
Yeah, I'd be more worried about Laura's than anything. But essentially, yes, mine would matter, anybody's would matter, but it would be traumatic if anybody's data was lost, and especially Bill's.
I back mine up daily, or actually every time I use either of the databases that goes to a thumb drive. And
good,
I also have a terabyte book that I back up to monthly.
good.
Yes, and I know Laura does back up as well. And I put certain things on flash drives. I don't transfer everything to flash drives. So any other questions or comments from the board members? All right, any public comment on the appropriations for the township board as a whole? And forgive me, I can't see all of you. So Laura, if you can help point out.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
So Carol Drake said her audio is still choppy, but mine's not. I don't know if anybody else's is. And then Kyle, he said a lot of business is going to virtualize the cloud-based storage rather than on premises. Is that, he wants to know if that's what we're considering.
It is something to consider for the current, to be able to have control of it and have it on site with dual, like Jerome does it, and a few other townships. Kyle, if you know of any good places besides Midland Computer across from the county building, and there was another one that I reached out to that didn't reach back. Anyways, if you know anybody local that handles things like that, if you could email me, supervisor@leetownship.org, that would be wonderful.
Christy, this is Kyle. I will look into it. I will look into it and I'll get back to you on that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
That would be great. I would appreciate that.
Generally, that method is a lot less overhead and a lot cheaper in the long run. So and security is really, it's there now. It didn't used to be, but it's there now. So yeah, I'll look into that for you. I appreciate the you being willing to listen to that.
Absolutely. And like I said, supervisor@leetownship.org, please send me an email, okay? Any other questions from any other public? All right. Moving on to the appropriations for Department 105 trustees. We are looking at salaries and wages. We are just rounding up to make even. That is not a pay increase. It is to help with the general budget or the general ledger budgeting line. Per diems, the decrease in per diems, we are going to, I am proposing, we are decreasing the $80 a meeting per trustees and the clerk, the treasurer, and the supervisor only get paid per diems for meetings they are appointed to attend, and only if the meeting they are appointed to attend does not reimburse for payment. So the water district, they are now reimbursing for payment. Both Bill and I are appointed to those, and we are not taking per diems through Lee Township. Those will be taken through Water District number 1. Planning, grant, any other committees that do get a per diem, those will also be decreased to 50. The trustees are budgeted at 33 meetings per year per trustee. So 66 meetings total at $50. That's $3,300. I believe the original number for that was originally 6,400. So that does cut it almost in half. Employer share payroll taxes, that's at 300. Computer expenses, we are going to eliminate the computer expense of $20 for all departments, all people, all committees. That was originally put into place years ago before the township hall was built. And it was to offset the cost because people back then out here, a lot of them didn't have access to internet, and it was an incentive to get them to get involved and use it. It is now on almost every single device. I don't think that we need to spend as much money as we do in divvying out $20 here and there. So that is my proposal for that. Mileage, that will remain at 1,000, and convention and training, that remains at 2,000. For a appropriations for the trustees at $15,165. Last fiscal year, that was budgeted as $18,646. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the public? All right, and moving on. For 171 supervisor, salary and wages, that is remaining the same, but it is rounding up to make it even for the general ledger, so there's no cents. $20,943. Salary and wages for the deputy is $1,861, again, rounding up to make it even. Meetings per diem, decreased the per diem amount to 50. And like I said, the structure for the per diems for the supervisor, clerk, and treasurer are also greatly reduced. And per the MCL that has been updated, even if it is a special meeting or workshop, we cannot get paid for any board meetings. So only trustees get board meetings. The payroll taxes, that was an increase to 400 to increase from the 2021 budget. The office supplies, that remained at 200. The computer expense remained at 850 with no monthly 20. The mileage, that did get increased for by $200 to 400 for conferences if they ever become a thing again where we can travel and do that. Convention and training remains at 2,000. The supervisor is $27,654 as compared to the previous fiscal year budget of $28,256. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the public? Moving on to Department 215, the clerk. Salaries and wages, again, we're rounding up to make even, $22,362. The deputy clerk, $4,994, and per diems, $1,000, decreasing down to 50. Payroll taxes increased to cover the pay increases for both the deputy and the clerk from last budget year to 500. Supplies, that was originally budgeted at 400 or 4,000. We've moved it down to 2,000, and the reason why supplies were being so high in that area is because all things for the board,
The entire hall.
the entire hall, paper, that sort of thing was being come out of there, or was coming out of there. So we have separated that so that we can better narrow down the spending on supplies and where they're actually going. Accounting software support, that is the BS&A, and we did budget into that line and not the computer expense where it has been coming out of for 1,500. The computer expense decreasing down to 1,000 with no monthly 20, and the 1,000 is left in there because the clerk has a computer and a laptop, as well as the deputy having a computer. If one of those were to not function properly, it would need to be fixed. Mileage was left at $750, and convention and training was left at $3,500. There was talk of possibly a decrease, but because the deputy is new, she may want to attend some of those. So we'll revisit that next budget year. Laura, I think your bird is outside my window. Printing and publishing.
My bird. Oh, the sandhill crane, maybe. I thought my bird.
Printing and Printing and publishing, that is also going to be reclassified to 101, 101, 900, where everybody's printing and publishing will come out of the township board. Postage, we did leave some in the postage for the clerk here at 500. Instead of using, the same spot for all board members, but we did lower it. Any questions from the board on the clerk? The total amount, I don't know if I said that, is $38,106. And the budget for last fiscal year was $42,538. Any comments from the public? All right. Department 233, that's the audit, internal and external board. That is where the, what do you call those people? The auditors. That's where the CPAs. That's where that comes out of. That budget will stay at 10,000. Any questions or concerns from the board? All right, any questions or concerns from the public? Department 247, Board of Review, the appropriations for the Board of Review, the per diems. There are three paid Board of Review members. There are 5 meetings a year at $50 a piece. That's $750. Payroll taxes is $50. When a person reaches or makes over $600, they are technically an employee. The reason why I've discovered that payroll taxes are taken out of many of these departments with committee members is because there are committee members that are on several committees. With an $80 per diem and 12 months in a year, it doesn't take long before you're making over $600. Supplies. What supplies? I haven't seen any come out of here for 2 years, but we're leaving $50 in there just in case. Mileage left at $100. That is for the Board of Review training. If we ever get to go in person again, that is required by the state. Convention and training, we are leaving that at 1,000. The Board of Review members typically are on other committees or so forth to that. They can borrow funds from there if it's a Board of Review thing at, like an annual conference. Obviously for the annual conference, we wouldn't charge it to Board of Review. Any comments from the board? All right, looking at a expenditure of $1,950, and last year's fiscal budget was $3,400. Any comment from the public? All right, moving on. And Laura, again, please help me monitor if anybody, I can only see your face, Darla's head, and Kyle's name.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Okay. Department 253, the treasurer. Salaries and wages, again, rounding up just to make even, not a pay increase. $25,207. And for the deputy, $3,122. Meetings per diem, $1,000, decreasing down to $50. Currently, the treasurer is not appointed to anything that would cause any money to come out of there, just as myself. I don't think Laura is either.
No.
Payroll taxes, $630, and that is an increase to cover the last fiscal year 2021's pay increase. Office supplies, $1,000. The increase is based on the 2020 spending. Tax expenses, $5,000. That tax expenses, Bill, can you, I'm sorry, I don't have the note of what you told me all comes out of there. Can you just share with everyone?
Yes, that covers all of our printing, stuffing, mailing, all that stuff for the 2 tax seasons, both summer and winter. It also includes any other postage, because if I have to contact with banks and things like that, there's almost $1,000 in just doing that.
Thank you. We are adding a line for the BSNA for the treasurer's software, and we are putting in $1,300. Some other fees that need to come out of there also are the Quicken. Quicken needs to come out of there, and that number will be enough to cover it, Laura. We need to look at the security for, or the Norton for all computers township owned, and we need to get moving on the Office 365. The Bill used to pay for his own subscription, and a couple computers here at the hall would utilize that. Currently, Laura's using her own subscription and getting reimbursed. I'm using my own subscription and not getting reimbursed, which is causing issues because I have other family members on mine and sometimes things go to the cloud. So that is not safe. Not that I'm sending out highly informative things, but I also don't want to send out personal things or, you know, my daughter's resume to anybody. So that will need to be something to move on. Computer expense, that was decreased down to 1,000, obviously with no monthly 20, but in case the computer does break, the computer that was just bought and to replace that was almost $900. So just leaving that in there in case. Communications, we decreased that to 0. Again, we do need to look at the phone situation. While we do have Ring Central set up for the treasurer to go to his email, he cannot hold his computer to his head and answer that. He then has to listen to the voicemails and return phone calls from his own home phone. Again, not real efficient or fair when he's doing that, or as Jessica was doing the same thing using her own personal phone without any reimbursement. Mileage, that is set at 1,500. There is a lot of back and forth to the bank. There's a lot for the tax seasons. And the convention and training, that is set at 1,000. The postage, I believe that I did not update that. Laura, didn't we agree that there needed to be, based on what Bill said, for the whatchamacallit, it was going to be 500 is what we were going to put in there, correct?
For the postage?
Yeah.
Yes, because some of his postage comes out of the tax, but some of it comes out of the 101-253-901. He would designate to me
Which account?
which account it would come out of. So there does need to be something
Something.
there, right? So
So that leaves us with $41,259. The budget for the 2021 year was $41,582.56. Any questions from the board members? Any questions from the public? Laura, was there anything new on the chat?
I just, Kyle gave me his address in case I needed it. That was it.
Okay. Moving on to Department 257, the assessor and equalization. Salary and wages, $24,325. So Jeanette gets paid per parcel per year. So the set amount is $12.50. And that is times 1,946 parcels for a total of $24,325. The employer share payroll taxes, we're just going to leave that at 1,500. Office supplies and postage, $350, and the BSNA software for the assessing, $650. Jeanette did get handed an old computer when she signed on in 2017. She's been using the same laptop ever since. She would like a computer upgrade. She did state that she doesn't have to have a brand new computer, but if we could refurbish or like kind of what I did with the supervisor laptop, just improve it so it moves faster. Her husband, Chris, is the assessor and the GIS person at county, and he had his computer something done to it. I'm assuming he had a new SSD put in it, and it works faster. She said it was around $400 or $500. We do have a computer expense in there for her of $1,500 just in case the laptop does have to be new, to make sure that she can have all the features that she needs. She will also be needing Microsoft Office as well. Convention and training, 750, and equalization services, that needs to be increased to 3,000 because it is increasing each year. Miscellaneous, we're not budgeting for it, but we are leaving it there just in case something has to come out. Overall, the appropriations for the assessor and equalization department is $32,075. Last year's budget was $31,658.55. This cost did go up for her because of some errors in numbers and the employer share payroll taxes need to be increased, along with the equalization has gone up. Any questions from the board? Any questions from the general public? Daryl, are you wanting to speak to me?
Not that I know of.
Okay, your box popped up with a yellow around it, like you wanted
Huh.
something.
Not sure what. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So moving on to Department 262 for elections. Temporary labor, $7,500. Payroll taxes. Payroll should not be on there. Election workers do not get payroll taxes taken out. Election supplies, we're left at 8,000. Election mileage, we are decreasing down to 200 as 153 was used this year and $90 was used last year. Convention and training is being removed. Election workers get paid out of the temporary labor line, and there is no training or conferences, conventions that they attend. Printing and publishing will stay here because the state does reimburse for some of those. The state also reimburses for some elections and some election costs. So there are things in here that needed to stay in here, but some that needed to be removed. For an overall appropriations of $16,150 as opposed to the 2019-20 budget of, or 2021 budget, I don't even know, $11,798.72. Any questions from the board or comments? And any questions or comments from the general public? Building and grounds, salary and wages. Looking at the proposal, we can go over that in a little bit. Let's get through these numbers first. The salary and the wages, it doesn't necessarily have to be salary or wages. Budgeting for $6,000 to find a once-a-month cleaning company, along with board members pitching in to ensure that the facility is clean and tidy, and helping out. Payroll taxes in case that salary and wages position is an employee, so that those can be withheld. Supplies decreased to $1,500. There are a ton of supplies in that cabinet: cleaning supplies, toilet paper, paper towel, lots of trash bags that all need to be used up. The lawn service, and I need to move this. So the lawn service, we need to put out to bid for lawn service at the hall, the park, the fire department, and the cemetery. We need to get some bids, see what's out there. But that is staying at $3,500, which currently handles the current contract that we have with Macmillan Services. Building maintenance, we are increasing this budget line to $20,000. There hasn't been any budgeting for any repairs or things in case they come up. We need to have a budget line if a furnace or a roof or a fridge or a door need replaced or repaired of any sort. We need to be able to count that there's going to be something there instead of making a giant budget amendment or trying to move things around. Removing all mileage for the caretaker. If there's something that needs to be had by whomever, if it is not a company, they can always go to the board member, clerk, trustee, supervisor, whomever, and request it, and that can be purchased that way. Utilities and water, that's remaining at 5,000. We're removing repairs and ground maintenance. Essentially these two, along with lawn service and building maintenance, were kind of buddying with each other, and things were being used out of both, and we don't need all four of them, so we're going to be keeping the top two. Snow plowing left at 2,900, and the landscaping, which was put in the budget but was not performed because of COVID, is being left at 10,000. But I am asking that instead of just spending the money, let's work together and put together a community outreach, strictly volunteer committee, where they don't get paid, they don't have to be at any meeting, they don't have to do any reading test or pass any skills or anything. They can come and pull weeds, they can come and plant flowers, they can come and help, and it will be greatly accepted at any point in time. See what we can do to bring the community together and beautify what we have. Rental of the facility, we always have to anticipate $50 deposits going back, as well as full returns of payment. And that does happen if there is an emergency situation. That's generally the only time the full amount is refunded. So that's budgeted for 2,250. Miscellaneous, we are putting 250 in here, just because there was 244.30 in the past. Even though it should have a place, we need a place if it doesn't. Insurance, the insurance for the hall building, $1,173 a year. And then the general workers' comp, that is being moved to 101,965 and taken out of this line. So your total appropriations is $52,773. Yeah, it looks like my internet went again.
Are you back on now, Christy? I don't hear you though, only through here.
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here.
now I hear you.
All right, now I gotta get back here. And I get back here. And all right, so the general workers' comp, that is being removed and being moved to 101,965. The building and grounds appropriations for the proposed budget is $52,773, as opposed to the $65,962.08. Any questions from the board?
Yes. Why do we have a line for refunding if it's just going to come back out of the revenue? Why do you have to have a line in your expenditures to give somebody's money back?
Because you have a line to show that you brought money in, so you have to have another line to show that you have money going out.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? And any questions from the public? All right, moving on, Department 266, the attorney. I'm proposing that we raise that to 25,000. That was originally set at 10. There are some ordinances that need to be revamped, and I just feel that we need to increase that attorney fee or expenditure. Comments or questions from the board? Questions or comments from the public? Moving on to Department 276, the cemetery. Salaries and wages, that is for the cemetery administration. Currently, the deputy clerk is providing that service and getting paid the monthly amount. The yearly wage is $1,250. Because the cemetery is not a statutory duty, Laura and I did talk about this, and she's going to get with Sandy and write a job description for that. Employer share payroll taxes, we're decreasing that as only $510 was taken out as of February 28th of this year. So we'll decrease that down to $50. Supplies, we're decreasing that down to $500. Only $500. That. Only 500, which is just a really weird amount, was used in 2020 and $50.88 so far this year. Lawn service for the cemetery, McMillan's contract, this is a price that covers it. Again, we need to put the cemetery lawn care out to bid. There are some other things that we can look into for the cemetery too, as far as care as a sexton. Laura got some more information and a great idea. Do you want to?
Sure. I talked to, I've done a lot of training on the cemetery, taking a hand.
I think I'm gone. Can you see me? No, we're gone. I see myself moving, but nobody else.
I think Christie's back on now. What I was starting to say was, I've taken a lot of classes to do with the cemetery, and we had a lot of discussion. And what I would like to propose, like Christie said, we need to go out for bids on lawn service. What we can do for the cemetery is have somebody mow the lawn. The records would be kept internally. And then we would hire a contracting company to do the opening and the closings. Cindy Dodge from MTA and I talked, and that's what we said would actually probably work best. Instead of having all your eggs in a basket, you divvy that up. And she said a lot of townships are doing that, and they have been having better results. So.
Awesome. I think that might be a better way to go versus having all of our eggs in one basket. With that being said, the foundation opening and closing. So that 2,500 comes into play with the revenue, where I talked about the opening closing for 2,000 and the foundations for 500. It's an in and out line, kind of like the revenue for the Hall Lawrence. So whatever comes in for this one though, for foundations, opening and closing, is automatically an expenditure. That is what McMillan's contract fee is. So it really doesn't cost us anything except for a trip to the bank and administrative fees to enter and record it.
Christie, if I may, Kyle's asking if we're going to be bidding out for everything for the lawn service or site by site.
I think that I don't know. I mean, if the one person for each place, but I kind of think, keeping it separate might, I don't know. I can't answer that. Can you?
The only thing I think, there's pros and cons to both of it. Maybe Kyle can work with us and see, I don't know what would be the best for the township. I don't know what we would get.
Stu, Darla, and Lawrence, any input on that?
When you contract something out, you get a better price when you do everything under one. If you contract each individual property out, you could get 3 completely individual prices. In my experience for contracting out larger projects like that, it's best to try to lap it all into Lee Township mowing or lawn and care and bid it out as a package. And that way you can define in your bid package and contract exactly what the expectations are overall. Instead of having to write 3 different bid packages, 3 different expectations, you can write one. You can hold a company accountable instead of driving past the cemetery, seeing it look immaculate, go past the park, see it terrible, and so forth.
Darla or Stu?
You could either do it either way, don't matter to me. Whichever works the best for the township.
I've only known one person to do it, so I don't even think I can describe what it'd be like if we had a couple different ones. Maybe a whole new ball game.
It might be more headache, and Kyle agreed with Lawrence. You get a better price if you put them all together. And I would think it would be easier as far as book work and stuff like that. And then I'm not sure who co-op is. They also said that if it's done together, you would get a better price.
I believe that, and I think that it would be easier to hold one person accountable versus 5.
Yes. Yep.
Because if I called to yell at somebody for, making a mistake at the hall and they were the ones at the cemetery,
Yeah.
Not that I call and yell at people, but any other comments on that part? All right. And computer expense 450. I believe that this is where the legacy mark
Yes.
comes out of. This is not a
Yes.
computer expense for the employee, and even if it was, that's going away.
It's for the software.
Right. Utilities at 400, ground maintenance and building maintenance. Those were the ones that were corresponding with the lawn service and cemetery maintenance. They are going to be deleted. There is no funds in there. Capital outlay, is also zeroed out. And essentially we could remove that. 21,400 is the total appropriations. And last year, budget end was budgeted 34,778. Any questions or comments from the board? Any further questions or comments from the public? All right, moving on to appropriations for Department 330, the liquor law enforcement. Because the state does reimburse this to be able to offer this service, they only reimburse for what we have to pay for. It's at $825, and the salary was budgeted for both the Big D's and Club 20 that are no longer there. So that fund will have to be decreased to the $825 to match what the state does pay for. And then our portion of it is the employer share payroll tax, which is $25, a total appropriations of $850. Questions or comments from the board? Questions or comments from the public? Last year it was $1,010, by the way. Moving on to Department 412, the Ordinance Enforcement Officer. That one, the proposed budget has been taken out. We will get to the proposal plan.
Somebody wants to know why it's 0.
Because we're going to propose, I can talk about it. I just can't bring up both things at once. So I'll go ahead and read it. The code enforcement officer proposal. I am proposing that for the 21-22 fiscal year, all code enforcement complaints and concerns are handled through the supervisor, with the entire board being involved when enforcement issues are or arise to be complex, such as the K-Bar-L incident that recently occurred. I took the initial complaint. There were others pertaining to the same address and matter prior to me being supervisor that I was aware of. I addressed it based on facts, research, and communication with the complainer and the complainee. When it came to the point where my explanation and decision was no longer satisfying to the complainer and they submitted more complaints on the same matter, I reached out to the board to go look for themselves or to go with me to view the issue firsthand. The entire board had the same thoughts and conclusions when they reported back to me their findings. We all ended up on the same page and the issue ended up resolving itself without board intervention. I'm attaching a proposed PDF plan and complaint form. Please read and send back your thoughts prior to the meeting on Monday, which I did not receive any from anybody. This proposal will eliminate the cost of a CEO for 1 year and can be re-evaluated at the next budget. This proposal also incorporates the use of community involvement that is not paid for like the rest of our committees. This would be done free will and not have any requirements to volunteer to help with cleanups, repairs, events, and other areas where we need people and want people. We need to start bringing this community together instead of tearing it down and segregating it. By the supervisor taking the lead and the board following suit to get involved with the complaints and concerns shows that we care and that we, the elected officials, will be the ones to address the issues at hand and not another entity or paid position within our budget line that could take a good old boy or begrudging stance in some instances. With 5 board members holding each other, themselves, and the township residents accountable for abiding by the ordinances, those chances and occurrence lessen greatly. By involving the community, including our entities and residents, bringing a positive and fresh take on the township, we can improve the lives of our residents, the environment, and decrease our spending and negative persona we hold within the county and the township. There's been put together a complaint and concern resolution plan and complaint and concern form. The introduction, this resolution is to establish a consistent process and specific procedures for receiving and responding to a public complaint and concern. Registering a complaint. Complaints and concerns will be made in writing and will be sent to the supervisor in one of the following methods: either the USPS mail, email, or in a sealed envelope placed in the drop box located at the township hall. The complaint and concern form on page 3 of this form is what is needed to submit a complaint or concern or opinion. Upon receipt of the complaint or concern, the supervisor or designee will follow up within 10 to 14 business days to confirm receipt and obtain any additional information needed to commence a proper investigation. Complaint resolution process. The supervisor is committed to addressing complaints in an efficient and expeditious manner by implementing the following complaint/concern response program and will work in good faith to resolve all complaints as soon as practicable. However, it is important to recognize that certain issues will require more time to investigate and resolve than others. Also, certain investigations require the cooperation of others or other agencies. If that cooperation is lacking, resolution of the complaint may prove difficult, if not impossible. In some cases, a local resident may simply want to express a concern or opinion and does not expect any further action. In those circumstances, the conversation will be recorded in the complaint log, but no additional follow-up is required. Once there is deemed sufficient information on the nature of the complaint/concern, the supervisor/designee will work with the appropriate entities or entity to diagnose any potential problems and formulate a response and appropriate measure as applicable to address the complaint or concern. A detailed description of any complaint or concern is required to allow adequate reviewing and assessing of the potential problem within Lee Township. All complaints, concerns received must be in writing and have contact information for both the complainant and the complainee. Responses to complaints will be in writing via letter or email. The precise method of providing a response will depend on the complaint and concern, and a response may only mean acknowledgement that the complaint was received. Complaint.
Okay.
What was that?
I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Sorry.
Oh, no, sorry. You still get to listen to me. Dispute resolution and unresolved complaints. In some instances, a complaint may not have a reasonable resolution. If such complaints are received, the complainant will be notified that no resolution is feasible and it will be added to the complaint log. All complaints or concerns sent to the supervisor that do not come from a resident of Lee Township will automatically be addressed as a concern and will be entered into the complaint log. A complaint that reports an issue that falls into this category will be notified. A complainant that falls into the issue a complainant that reports an issue that falls into this category will be notified of this reason and that no resolution is feasible unless it is a health and safety concern that falls under the Lee Township jurisdiction to contend to. All complaints must be filed on the attached PDF form and sent directly by mail or printed out or either emailed or placed in the drop box and sent to the supervisor. Otherwise, they will not be considered a potential actionable complaint or concern. This helps eliminate illegible handwritten words, which might lead to misunderstanding of what was written in the complaint and also a delay to any investigations. If complaints and concerns are or become complex, the entire Lee Township Board will be involved at the supervisor's discretion. Input received from board members will be done so in a way as to not violate the Opens Meeting Act and to obtain documentation for the file. For instances that can be rectified with a referral to a local agency or improved by a volunteer committee of local residents will be done with the utmost dignity and anonymity so that information is not released to the general public as to why the referral, steps, or actions taken that release any personal or medical information about the complainee that is not otherwise public information. At the conclusion of an investigation of the complainant/concern, any supporting documentation provided by the complainant will be attached to the file and kept in a record storage based on the record retention schedule set forth by the state. The information asked for on the complainant, the form, name, mailing address, phone, email, date that prompted the complaint, location of the issue, details of the description of the complaint concern. Do they want it to be filed as a complaint or filed as a concern or opinion? If they cannot fill out this form, maybe they can't read, maybe they can't write. It is ADA compliant by asking for information if somebody else filled it out other than the person to please list that person's name. Comments from the board?
Okay, we got three questions. Do you want me to read them so they can be addressed?
No, I want comments from the board first.
Okay,
Stewart, I like it.
I do
Thank
too.
you.
I think it will be a good way for people to see our faces and know how we're involved. And we can see firsthand what they're talking about and get their opinions.
Any other questions or comments from the board? And Laura, go ahead and read those comments, please, so we can answer.
okay, first comment, it said, what about permits that the supervisor didn't get? So I'm not sure what that is in reference to. But that's the first one.
Who is it from?
From Heidi.
Ms. Heidi, I'm not sure which permits you are saying that the supervisor did not get. All right, Laura, go ahead and go on to the next comment.
Okay, this is from Co-op, so I have no idea who Co-op is. They, that person said, thought you, referring to you, Christy, didn't have time and that you wanted more money. So I'm not sure who Co-op.
Co-op would be Kelly Cooper. Yep, we're done. Yep.
I'm sorry, Christy said she's trying to reconnect.
Okay.
All right, I think I am back. Waiting on Laura.
Okay.
All right, Laura, are you back on? I don't hear you.
Okay, I'm back now.
Okay.
And I couldn't get it off, sorry.
So co-op, I believe that is Kelly Cooper, and she asked I wanted more money and didn't have time. You're right, I don't have time, but the township also doesn't have any money. Also learned a valuable lesson when we all worked together on the KBRL incident to really connect as a board and talk things through, and everybody went out to visit it. So that's my response to that. In response to Heidi, my lean-to on my building is attached to my agricultural permit. There is hay storage in there along with my tractor. That has already been settled. I do have letters from the Right to Farm. The Keith McCarty, who is our field supervisor for this area from Right to Farm. I did speak with him prior to doing this, also Al Thompson. Is there anything else you would like to know? Or maybe Al Anger, who continues to drive by my property?
I got two more, Christy, if you want to hear those.
Go for
I
it.
believe these roads are public roads and you can't stop anybody from driving down a road.
You're correct. I didn't ask him to stop driving down the road. I do find it very intimidating when he does drive by and slow down and head cranks to stare, especially when the night before the police were at my house because there were people out in my field walking around, or my horse tires.
Well, it
got
wasn't
flat.
him and it wasn't I.
I
Just
just
get over it. Get back to the board
Heidi,
meeting.
you're done.
All right, so the next one is, I believe it should be separate, one board of commissioners and one code authority officer. That's the next one. And then there's another one that's from Jeff Brown. And then there's another one from resident 7. They said they agree with the process that was proposed. It makes sense to give it a try for a year. Processes can be changed and it saves money. And then the last one, oh, okay, I'm not, just give it a try. I'm not gonna address the other one, sorry.
Okay. You'll take copies of those.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. And we will move on to drains in the public benefit. This one has increased greatly. This one needs to be at 30,000 because of the Lawson, the NAP. I believe there was one more that we had added in there, correct, Laura? Over the years. that we
Yes,
saw today.
yeah.
So the bid that we got, or the data that we got, did not have the final numbers in it for interest to be included. So we did have to estimate and round up to around 30. And last
Excuse me.
year for the drains at large, it was 13,500.
Excuse me.
Is there any comment from the board in regards to the drains at large?
Oh.
Is there any public comment in regards to the drains at large?
Yes, this is Al Anger,
Hello, Ailing.
and I resent what you said about me. Now, I didn't realize I had to call and ask the Queen if I could drive down 11 Mile Road.
You
I was going
don't.
to see my buddy, and I met my buddy on the road. That's the reason I slowed down and turned around.
Oh,
Now, if I've got to ask your permission to use a road that I pay taxes on, I'm sorry. certainly try. And I sure as to hell wasn't out in your field.
Oh, I didn't think
That's
that you
what
were in my
insinuating.
field. I think that
Well,
it was
now
odd
you're
that you were
insinuating
driving
I'm
by
driving
when there were
by
people out in my
and
field.
I don't give a
Please
damn about
contact-
who's in your field.
All right, please contact me after this and we can further discuss it. Thank you.
No, you brought it up in a meeting. I want to discuss it now.
We need to get
You-
through this budget. It is 8:48 PM. We've already been on here for an hour and 48 minutes. We are now moving
Wait,
forward. You can contact me after.
Bite me
Tell me where.
right on the big
Moving
ass.
on to Department 446. Highway, Street and Bridges, not Act 51. The matching and non-matching funds, we did remove from the revenue as they cannot be they cannot be counted as revenue per the Yo auditors. We are moving them down into the actual roads. So we've got Lee's matching fund to match the matching road fund at 67,856. And the non-matching road fund at 79,165, with dust control at 3,500 for a grand total of $214,877. The roads still need to be discussed on which ones will be improved. Bill took it to the road commission to see if we could do the 2-year program for, I believe it's Olson and 11. Not 11, Olson. Bill?
That was for 11 mile between M20 and Olson.
Okay, so that is the same way that 8 Mile would be done or was done, where they would grind it up the first year and then they would let it pack down. And then the second year they would come back through and pave it. That is one option that we can do. Save ourselves some money and use one of the funds, rolling the other over into next year. Those are just lines that we need to add. Any other questions or comments from the board?
So I have one, Christie. So if we're doing it over the 2 years, is anything being done with it this year, or are we waiting on everything?
That's what we need to decide. If we want to have it pulverized this year and pay for that portion of it, we can. And then if we go to, if we roll it all over, we can do it all next year, but it would only be a 1 year
Okay,
instead of a 2. The benefit to the 2 is that it gets to sink down. They don't have to tear it back up after they've laid the asphalt to install the drains like
right,
they
it
do on.
settles in. Yep, it
Yeah.
settles in better.
Yep, and it packs down harder and leaves, or at least it used to. I guess they say that there's new.
No, that was all that I had.
Any other comments from the board?
I think it's a better road if we can do it over 2 years' time. I know they did that with 8 Mile, and I thought I was a happy camper, but the road has held up a lot better.
Is 11 Mile, North 11 Mile, is that, how much heavy traffic is that? I know 8 Mile has a lot of heavy traffic because of the school. Is 11 Mile just the heavy traffic mainly because of the trucking company? Because that doesn't go through to Sanford.
From 11 Mile, from like Olson to 20, is
Yeah,
that what you're talking
where
about?
we would, yeah, where the road work would be done.
It's kind of one main way in and out as far as back in through there.
I mean,
Unless-
but for who? Because we've got 9 Mile as a main for this side. 8 Mile is a main for that side as far as crossing the river. I'm just wondering if the traffic is mainly from the road deterioration from the trucking company and not just.
I would say yes, because he does go out that way. He goes
So-
out that way, and then up to 9 Mile, if I'm understanding correctly. He goes both ways.
And I think that if we did it in a 2-year span, it might hold up better with having the heavier traffic on it or heavier cargo.
Right, I know
It's
we've
just my
talked
opinion.
about that a couple of times. And there's nothing that we can legally do. We can't force him to go one way or the other. It, you know, I guess just like anybody else, you can go which direction you want, because he's been there for an awfully long time, and I don't think we're ever gonna be done if he's ever gonna take his business elsewhere. I don't think so, but that's why we've always put it off.
Yeah, it needs to be done though. I mean, it's
gonna
just
be
a matter of
beyond-
funding.
Right, it'll be beyond repair if we don't get it taken care of. So,
Correct. All right, any other comment on that from the board? And any other comment on that from the public?
there was one on there that said, yes, that road is not very good at all, that lives on it.
It's not. It's not good at all.
Mm,
All right. Moving on. Street lighting. Street lighting is going to be increased to 9,000. There's not really much with that one. Got anything, board? Any comments from the public on it? All right, moving on to Department 721, the Planning Commission. Salaries and wages, that 240 is there because the the secretary and the chairperson all get $20 extra per meeting. Their per diem would drop down to the $50 a year, or sorry, $50 a meeting. 8 meetings would be proposed for the year. Any other further meetings would need to come from the per diem for special meetings, which would come from the application fee that was approved. Anything for the professional contract services would be prepaid and come out of there. Laura did have an afterthought. She had texted me. As far as the cell towers, there needs to be the zoning administrator, which currently is me, the supervisor, as appointed by the Planning Commission, I believe, 2 years ago. But that person should have some background and knowledge in the cell phone towers or cell Wi-Fi towers. So if we want to add something in there for contract services until we can get somebody trained and qualified to do so, that is out there for question. The employer share payroll taxes, that is because over $600. Office supplies, leaving it at 200. The computer expense, 500. That is because they do have a planning computer, a laptop. If something were to happen to it, we would need to be able to take care of it. Mileage, 500. That is for the convention and training that they would attend, and that's at 4,000. Printing and publishing, again, is being taken off and put into 101. I believe that's supposed to be 101,900. Board questions and comments about the professional contract services for the Planning Commission?
So Christie,
Yeah.
are we gonna put a little bit in there then to cover ourselves? Because if we do get any more that don't pay that fee like cell phone towers, then we would be over budget. If
Right.
Rodney or someone of his caliber were to do it, I would suggest maybe 500.
Okay. Lawrence?
Yeah, why are we removing the GIS services?
So the GIS services have not been paid for out of that account or any other account in 2 years. So we cannot leave a line item allocating money for something that we're not using or paying for. In speaking with Laura and going through it, the GIS service and the mapping, when that was done, was a new service through the county. Maybe Bill has some more input on this. I know they did help with maps, but the GIS service is more prevalent now, and we don't pay a contract fee. And if we do, we're not getting billed, and or Laura and I cannot figure out where it's been placed in the general ledger. Bill, do you have input on that?
No, I don't. Originally, it was used because we were thinking of having one of the layers available to us for some of the planning stuff for zoning, the maps and stuff. And I think that never got done.
It did, Bill, not in your time, but when I was on the planning commission, it did. And that's when it originally originated, and the planning commission had requested it. That's why it ended up in the planning commission. But in conversation with Christy today, if it is a legitimate and we just haven't been getting billed for it, and we do, because she was going to check into it, it would go under the board, because that way you could use it as the treasurer, I could use it as the clerk, the planning commission could use it, and then it's not charged to each individual department, just as a whole.
I use Google Earth. It works better.
Okay. Yeah, but they can't print us the maps, and I know Chris took all the time and entered all of our parcels into theirs, you know, for us to use. That's how we got our maps for the master plan.
Any other questions from the board members? And Lawrence, does that answer your question in regards to the GIS?
Yes, as long as it's, if we are getting billed and it's still a service that is, we're not gonna get rid of it, just it's not being used as a line item, that's acceptable.
Any comments from the public in regards to that?
Yeah, is there any plans on fixing the GIS?
GIS is controlled by county.
Okay, because it's like 33 feet wrong or something like that.
Okay, and who am I speaking to?
Sam Chu.
Hi, Sam.
So
And
yeah, when you look at the GIS on the maps, the property lines are all are way off. Any chance of fixing that?
I don't have any control over that, but I can send Chris Cantrell at county.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'll shoot Chris a message.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome. If you want, so I have your contact information, you can email me at supervisor@leetownship.org so I can follow up personally with you.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
So overall, the planning commission, 10,540. Last year, $19,035.05.
Christy, if I may, we got
Yeah.
these two. Kyle said probably not to the correction for the GIS because he's talked to them. And then Jeff Brown said it's not uncommon for the aerial view to not match up with the parcel lines. And then Kyle said Jeff B is correct.
Awesome. Jeff B and Kyle. Thank you. If I add in that 500, it does bring it to $11,040.
Okay.
Just so the board is aware. Any other questions or comments from the public in regards to planning? All right. Appropriations for 722, the zoning. The per diem, there's 4 members that would get paid for the per diem. If we just put out 5 meetings, that's 1,000. I'm not sure why for payroll taxes. The supplies, 200. Legal and accounting, use the attorney line for that, so that is zeroed out. Convention and training, 2,000. Printing and publishing, that is at 0. The totals for the department is at 3,250. I have been spreading the word about the zoning board that needs to be put together. Laura, myself, and Marie, even though Laura doesn't know it yet because I didn't tell her earlier, we're going to schedule a meeting so that we can sit down and discuss some ways to get some things out on the web and on Facebook. Probably want to bring your deputy and I'll bring mine too. Any input from the board on zoning? And any input from the public on zoning? All right, I do have to ask, is Mary Sproul on?
I haven't seen her.
Me neither, and I was really hoping that
I
she
thought
would be
she
on.
said she was going to be.
I know. All right. So 729 for the grant committee. Decrease the per diem, looking at approximately 5 members, $50 per meeting, $250 a meeting, 4 meetings a year, once a quarter, unless there's a big project going on. That brings us to 1,000. Again, the payroll taxes, office supplies, computer expenses at 800. That is a little high. Grant does not have their own computer. I would suggest we drop that down to 0. We don't have a computer for them. They can share with the planning if needed here for the laptop. And I don't think that proposing that they meet 4 times a year is warranted to purchasing any cheap computers at this time. Mileage 200, convention and training 2,000, printing and publishing again move to 101, 101, 900. Questions, comments from the board? Would you agree to drop down that 800 to 0 for the computer expense?
I would say yes.
Sounds good.
Lawrence, are you trying to unmute? Oh, we're gone. We're gone.
Something needs to be corrected with the internet. See, I don't think you're on, Christy. I only hear you here at the hall.
All right, is it working? Am I?
Yep, now I
You know,
Okay. I think we need to call Charter and see if we need an update on our modem or have it replaced, or,
just was.
well, I think it needs to be replaced again. So are we going to connect? All right. As far as the computer expense, is the board in agreement that we can drop that? Do you feel that it's something that would need to be there?
I had said yes. I don't know if you heard me or not, but
No.
I felt like if we're not meeting, the grant committee's not meeting right now, if it picks back up and things change and we need one, then we can work on getting one next year. So at this point, if we can cut the 800 from that department, I agree with it.
I agree.
you too.
Lawrence?
Yeah, go for it.
drops us down to 3,450. Grant committee, previous budget, 9,455. Any comments from the public in regards to the grant committee? As far as when that will reconvene, we're looking at potentially addressing that in April. I've got 3 people that did send in letters of intent for that. So the next appropriation we are looking at is 751, the parks. So salary and wages, the 3,600. That is for 6 months of the year. Also, the employer shared payroll tax at 100 if that person is not a contractor. Supplies at 2,000. The lawn service contract services 4,000. That again is one of the ones that needs to be put out to bid. Mileage at 200. Utilities at 6,000. Maintenance at 3,500. Rentals at 240. Insurance at 2,000. Equipment zeroed out to move into the maintenance. Also put into maintenance was the 11,000 originally put into revenue that was not revenue, and it had a notation of restricted funds for park. Wasn't truly restricted, it was just something that the board had set aside to accumulate funds. At this point, we need to have some funds if there needs to be some improvements in the bathroom or replacements of pumps or whatnot for the splash pad. One thing that we need to put in there, the individual and one board member need to go to be trained on the splash pad just as the county and city park individuals do. They need to take that training. So I would suggest that in the equipment line, if we rename equipment, can we do that, Laura? Legitly?
Rename it what?
Just name it training.
Oh, the bottom that has 0 in it.
Yeah.
It would have to be the same classification or the same, I think, not
Oh, yeah.
necessarily conference, the conference
And that's
number.
861.
Yes.
So if we trade that out for 861, I think if we put 600 in there, we can always move from other areas within. We just can't move the bottom number.
Right.
I will make a notation and put that in here because that is something that is going to be very important. 53,740. The Park and Rec department for 729 was budgeted last year for 67,000. Any questions or comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public? All right, moving on to the library. So the library, we contract with them to be able to use their services, and that's a pretty set in stone amount. I think it's, what was it last year?
It's been 25 ever since I've been here.
Yeah, so I mean, we fit in under it. I see no reason to change it. Any other comments from the board? And any comments from the public? All right, and the, move out of the way. Senior Center, that's where we pay West Midland for that. And that is Department 805. That's remained 5,000 for years. Any questions or comments from the board in regards to that? All right, and insurance and bonds staying at 10,000. That does fit in there. was that where the insurance we were gonna divide out, Laura?
That we talked about today, I don't think so.
Okay,
No, 'cause that was to do with workers' comp, I believe.
all right, so the workers' compensation insurance happens to be next, the 871.
Because that one is divided out. It comes out of each, comes out of general, fire, and solid waste.
Okay, and the 2,000 does cover it, or,
Yeah,
okay. So that line would remain at 2,000. Any questions or comments from the public in regards to those two? So total appropriations is $692,539. The net of revenue over appropriations is $256,107.21. And the revenue over appropriations plus funds received for the roads that are not revenue. So we had to account for those in some way of coming out. So that leaves us with $403,928.27. Down here are just additional notes for Laura and I to remove budget lines and budget departments with numbers in. Any other questions or comments or concerns in regards to the final numbers down here? No? Public comment? All right.
Hello?
Was that somebody?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi. I just want to say that I think the server idea is a great tool. But it should be kept in mind that everybody doesn't update their items at the same time.
Right.
So as long as the members use it just for their own planning and not giving advice that's out of their duties, that
Absolutely.
should always be kept in mind. And I mean, they may update every day, they may update once a week. I find that at work myself that you have to keep that in mind and also not use that out of the spectrum that it's intended for.
Absolutely. That is a really good point and some great advice. Thank you. Anything else? All right. Let's take and watch a short little video. Because videos are fun. I need to move this bar. There we go. And is Gary Hicks on here?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so now that we
All right, and the slideshow is up.
is it supposed to be doing anything, Christy, or just,
You hear it?
I'm not hearing anything.
You really don't hear it?
I hear you, but I don't hear any.
Well, yeah, you should hear me because I'm the one talking. And can anybody else hear it? Darla, can you hear talking?
No, just now. I didn't hear anything then.
No, I'm not hearing a video.
There's nothing from a video, just
No.
you, Christie.
Yeah.
Anything?
Nope.
No.
All right,
Click.
click what?
There was an arrow up and it disappeared. Go back, go down, not too far. You went too far. Go to where it says Alice in Wonderland.
Right here.
Okay, now click.
Yeah, that's what I did. I can hear it.
I can't.
All right, well, then we're gonna have to do it the good old fashioned way where I have to pull up my computer and I get to read it without you listening. Or with you listening without me listening.
Here's the violation shit, Jamie. They saved this shit for the fucking last. The dump.
Who is on? Who is that? Christy?
It's
Christy.
Jennifer Miser and I can't mute her.
Are you
I'm sorry.
serious? We're hearing swearing over the computer and I don't appreciate it, whoever it was. Mute yourself if you're gonna talk like that, please.
Jeepers, okay. On November 23rd, 2020 at 8:49 p.m., I was contacted by Bill Hegsma from Speed Wrench, the company we use for service on our compactors, and Gary Hicks from Republic Service. These gentlemen requested an in-person meeting with me ASAP at the compactor. Doug had contacted Speed Wrench as the compactor was not functioning again, and they would need to rewire it so it would work in manual. While the service person was there, he had noted the disarray, several code and MIOSHA violations, along with the general upkeep and safety issues relating to Eagle and Lara. Both Bill and Gary wanted to bring these to my attention. It has also been recently discovered by both companies that we, Lee Township, own our own compactors, and there has never been preventative maintenance performed or recorded with either company or to the township. We were on the list given to Speed Wrench from Republic for a PM in September, but with the shutdown due to COVID-19, it was postponed. Once these issues came to light, Speed Wrench discovered that the compactors are owned by Lee and not Republic. Had Speed Wrench been on schedule, and the billing for the PM would have come back to Lee. In speaking with these gentlemen, I made the decision to go through with the PMs, but asked that it be done as soon as possible. There is a $375 cost associated with the PMs per compactor. I requested this being done as soon as possible and gave the go-ahead because at this point in the game, to bring our waste station up to code and in compliance with MIOSHA, Eagle, and Lara standards, we needed to know everything that needs repaired and replaced. In the meantime of waiting for the diagnostics, I got busy digging into the finances and history of the dump. I read every board meeting minute that I could find, which dated back from 1998 to current. I reached out to our insurance agent and walked the solid waste station site as well as other township-owned properties. I got estimates to see what these things cost nowadays and what options were available to the township. I also fell down a quiet rabbit hole, discovering history repeats itself, and through my readings, discovered the same issues currently pending in the township also occurred to some reflective extent 20 years ago. Here is a list of things that were pointed out to me and that I have discovered since the first encounter with Speed Wrench and Republic in my rabbit hole adventure. Issues found. 1. Under the compactor can be classified as enclosed space. This area is extremely dirty and does not have adequate space to get in and under safely. The space is also not closed off to the public, which poses a safety hazard to the public. Anyone can go under there, including a small child. This is a MIOSHA violation. The dirtiness of this area described above also poses an issue with Eagle. With the trash under there rotting and with rainwaters, dangerous substances or any substance can leak out and into the ground, causing contamination. This can result in a huge fine from both MIOSHA and Eagle, which can be up to $10,000 or more per day. 3. Am I off?
No, you're on, honey. You're
Okay.
on.
Number 3. Oh, he
Maybe-
does? How?
maybe- Am I the only one? You and I are the only one on?
I don't know. Kyle? Kyle,
This is Kyle. I can hear you. I think everybody can hear you.
Okay.
I was,
you can get it. You can tell me how to make it so I don't have to talk.
I believe so.
Oh, great.
Tell me.
So what you'd have to do is unshare your screen. And when you go back to share your screen, there is an option to optimize for video and then share your audio. So you'd have to unshare it and reshare it. And at the bottom left,
Oh my goodness.
Got you. Oh, you are my favorite human being ever. Kyle, I owe you a lollipop and a Coke. Send me your address.
Yeah,
and
right.
I'll send you flowers. Little
I
bit.
actually already did, but you don't have to do any of that.
I sent you flowers?
No, I sent you my address.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, wonderful. All right, let's see if this works. Oops, let's go back.
Here is a list of things that were pointed out to me and that I have discovered since the first encounter with Speed Wrench and Republic in my rabbit hole adventure. Issues found. 1. Under the compactor can be classified as enclosed space. This area is extremely dirty and does not have adequate space to get in and under safely. The space is also not closed off to the public, which poses a safety hazard to the public. Anyone can go under there, including a small child. This is a MIOSHA violation. 2. The dirtiness of this area described above also poses an issue with Eagle. With the trash under there rotting and with rainwaters, dangerous substances or any substance could leak out and into the ground, causing contamination. This can result in a huge fine from both MIOSHA and Eagle. 3. The platforms and steps surrounding the hoppers where residents toss their trash in are out of compliance with MIOSHA and have been noted as a hazard by Lee Township's insurance carrier. MIOSHA requires the hoppers to be gated in with fencing and a magnetic door that will not allow the compactor to run without being closed. The platforms surrounding the hopper that the residents' employees sometimes stand on to throw their trash into the hopper are slanted and not flat. There are no railings on the stairs leading up to the hopper's platform. The insurance company pointed this out as a hazard, and in further investigating, it is also considered a hazard with MIOSHA. How it is now with no fencing, doors, railings, and the slanted platforms is not safe. This is a safety concern as our employees or residents could fall off the platform or down the steps, and worse yet, into the hopper, and well, they could die.
Oops. Sorry, kids. Again, I'm sorry.
Four, the retaining walls that surround the hoppers and waste containers are deteriorating and crumbling. If a Republic truck were to hit them just right when they were trying to get the container in or out, or any other truck, car, or machine, it could cause them to cave in and poses a safety threat to our employees and the public. 5. There are exposed wires and broken boxes, electrical, located all around and in the building. Wires cannot be exposed, especially when they control a button and have power to them. It is a MIOSHA violation and a safety concern of the Lee Township's insurance carrier. There are live panels that are no longer in use, but the power has never been shut off to them, and they have never been locked out. This is a MIOSHA violation. 7. Per the finding on the first day and findings of the PM report completed on November 30th, 2020 for the West Side Compactor. Check the condition of the oil. Note, oil is black in color and needs to be replaced. Check cylinder for leaks as well as verifying that the pins and mounts are in good shape. Note, upon inspection, found rear pin to be broken. While on site, replace pin with customer supplied parts. Check the condition of the ram, scraper blade, anchors, and container guides are in good shape. Note, scraper blade is worn out and needs replaced. Container guides are missing and ram bottom is completely worn out. Clean in, on, and around the equipment. Note, unit needs extensive clean out behind compactor. The entire back of compactor is full of garbage. Check that any doors, gates, railings are safe and structurally sound. Note, there are currently no safety railings and or safety gates. This is an OSHA violation and should be addressed ASAP. Check structure of machine for worn or damaged components. Note, chamber sidewalls are bowed outward. There is a 1-inch gap between the ram top and hold down bars. 7. Per the finding on the first day and findings of the PM report completed on November 30th, 2020 for the West Side Compactor. Check the condition of the oil. Note, oil is black in color and needs to be replaced. Per the finding on the first day and findings of the PM report completed on November 30th, 2020 for the East Side Compactor. Check that all wiring is free of wear or other defects. Note, the remote pendant has exposed wiring showing. Check the condition of the ram, scraper blade, anchors, and the container guides are in good shape. Note, container guides are missing, scraper blades need replaced. The back legs of the compactor are bent in and the ram bottom is completely worn out. Clean in, on, and around the equipment. Note, unit needs extensive clean out. The entire back of compactor is full of garbage. Check that any doors, gates, and railings are safe and structurally sound. Note, there are no safety gates around the hopper of this compactor, which is a safety violation of OSHA. Check wear pads and guide tubes. Note, wear pads are completely gone and guide channels are worn out. Verify all safety decals are present and that all safety interlocks are functional. Note, unit does not currently have safety gate, which is an OSHA violation. Check all electrical cabinet opponents and contacts are in good shape. Note, found customers only able to operate this compactor by dead man controls. Found DR150 circuit board to be bad. Due to age and condition of this compactor, I would highly recommend replacing the entire compactor. Per the 8. Per the minutes of the May 3rd, 2007 Lee Township Board of Trustees meeting, item 5, Ron Rippey moved, supported by Mike Glenn, to award Lee Township Compactor tire salvage rights to Doug Eastman, effective May 14th, 2007. Dale, yes. Mike, yes. Ron, yes. Bill, yes. And Dave, yes. Motion carried. This means that as of May 14th, 2007, Lee Township no longer receipted in or recorded any of the money collected for the tires brought into the waste transfer station as revenue. This also means that the current amount of tires that has been taken in by Doug Eastman at the present time is Doug's responsibility to dispose of. While he has been spoken to several times in regards to these tires by myself and others in the past years, they still remain on site in a large pile. Doug did state he was building a machine to cut them up and was almost finished with it. He stated this to myself as well as to me and the Lee Township insurance agent when we were at the waste station for a walkthrough. Per our insurance company, the cutting up of the tires or any item on the township-owned property is a liability and should not be done. Doug has been told he will need to remove these from the Lee Township solid waste site ASAP. This is an Eagle violation. Eagle will cite/fine us for this as they have in the past, which usually occurs each year in April. Also worth a mention is the motion to purchase a new compactor and install a temporary compactor until the brand new one can be installed. I cannot locate any paper trail stating a new compactor was ever installed. With the mention of the motion to purchase a new compactor and install a temporary compactor until the brand new one can be installed, while there is no paper trail stating a new compactor was ever installed, I have found some documentation in the cost spent to do this. 14 years ago, a new compactor that I'm not sure where it's at and there's no documentation was $18,673.68. And a used compactor, which is the one I'm told is the East compactor, was $7,824.20. I have also been told by many, including the current caretaker, longtime residents, and previous board members, that the used compactor was a money pit at the time they purchased it and continues to be to this day. Nine, I do not have anything saying the township allows Doug to pay for and handle the fair salvage container and scrap that comes in. I can tell you that in going through my office and looking at the things George left behind, there is a letter from Eagle within the past year citing us, and one of the things they cited us for was this area. Everything that sits out of the container during the time when the dump is open must be placed in an enclosed container at the end of the night. In further investigating, I discovered in the July 10th, 2000 regular meeting minutes of the Lee Township Board that it was decided during the approval of the April 12th special meeting minutes to make a correction to cross out where Joyce was unsure what steel was and add salvage rights were discussed as to whether the current caretakers were going to take salvage rights or relinquish it. They said they did not want them. I cannot find any further information going forward in time in writing that allows this. The salvage taken in is a savings to the township in the fact that it does not fill up our containers, but it is also a revenue loss in the fact that the salvaging done is then the profit of Doug Eastman. The salvaging is also not always done in compliance with MIOSHA, Eagle, or board requests, putting the township in a liability risk. I will add that Doug does put a lot of the money he gets from certain things at the dump back into the dump in the form of parts and labor. As stated in the previous slide, our violations are based on the Michigan Admin Code R299.457. While the Lee Township Transfer Station is not licensed, nor does it fall within the requirements to be licensed, it is still mandated by law to follow the Michigan Admin Code. Number 5, the solid waste transfer facility shall be cleaned at least once each week that the facility is in use, or more frequently if necessary, so as not to cause a nuisance or public health hazard. 7, the solid waste transfer facility shall be kept clean and free of litter. 8, a large, heavy, or bulky item that cannot be handled in the routine operation of a transfer facility shall be excluded from the facility until special provisions are made for handling the item. 9, salvaging may be permitted if salvaged material is removed from the site at the end of each business day or is confined to a storage area that is approved by the Solid Waste Control Agency. 12, adequate provisions shall be made for the routine operational maintenance of the facility. Number 13, Necessary operations of the transfer facility shall be performed in a manner that prevents the harborage and production of insects and rodents. Effective vector control measures shall be provided by the licensee when necessary. When Bill, Gary, and I left the waste transfer station, we had to close the gates as Doug had already left. There was no lock for the gate. The compactor power was still live, and the heater in the building was going full force. I did speak with Doug later that evening, and he stated there is no lock for the gate, that he just closes it, and the chain holds the gate together. He told me we have not locked it in years, and that nobody bothers anything. I explained to him that this has to be locked when they are not there working. This is a huge liability if someone goes in there after hours or at night and gets hurt. This is also not a good thing, as anyone could go in there and take up residency in the little building with the heater going. I told him I would get him a lock, and he said that he would take care of it because he would have to make keys for everyone that needs access. Also, with the heater in the building, this is a safety hazard. There is paper and drywall and other dry objects awfully close to the wall unit. Per our insurance company, this is also a risk and liability. As are other issues within the building, such as the wiring, the old compactor operating panels not being properly tagged out or removed, the doors not properly opening or closing due to swelling of the building material, age, rust, and poor upkeep, railings not being on stairs, smoking inside the building, cats taking up residence in the building, and other housekeeping and general upkeep issues. Doug was spoken to about the heater and stated he replaced it with a plug-in one and is no longer using the propane wall heater. Doug and Dave were both spoken to about smoking in the building, and they said it would stop. It has not. I went to pick up a paper from the waste station, and Dave was there alone. When I went into the building to get the paper, there was a cloud of cigarette smoke to greet me. If this building were to catch on fire and it was determined to have been caught on fire due to smoking or the use of a heater or other issues we were told to fix and had not, or our employees did not comply, our coverage would be void. Thank you for meeting with me the other day to do a walkthrough of several of the facilities. I want to memorialize the following concerns for your review. Transfer station. I feel there should be some TLC extended at the transfer station. The decks on both sides of the dumping area for the compactors, while they are reasonably stable, are not level and need to be redone in a manner whereby there is no movement to them or angle that could cause slipping. It would be, in my opinion, advantageous to have some type of safety gate in front of the dumping area. There also should be very stable hand railings on both sides of all steps. A coat of yellow paint would be good on the buttress. There should be emergency shut-off switches on both sides for the compactors. I noticed a number of loose wires and broken fixtures. Inside the building was a heavy odor of gas fumes. The open flame in the heater is no longer an acceptable situation for insurance companies unless there is some type of grating and no combustible material can be within 30 inches. The inside of the office needs some cleaning and housekeeping to prevent a fire hazard. As to the small garage, some house cleaning would be advantageous. We did discuss the fact that a sign at the entryway would be advisable. The reason for this is that we have had several townships in the past year who have had people take their material to transfer stations and run over a nail or piece of pipe and then expect the township to buy them a new set of tires. Many times you find that transfer stations become a very emotionally charged issue with the residents. They're a wonderful service, but as time goes by, liabilities in very strange ways seem to be increasing. In addition to my thoughts above, you do have OSHA concerns that I am not addressing or attempting to address. Case skid steer. I understand the older case skid steer is not currently being used, but the excess oil spray around the engine and engine compartment is a fire hazard. Scrap tires. I am concerned that your transfer employee mentioned he was going to be cutting up the tires and scrapping them out himself. I don't feel the township should assume the liability for his cutting up the material. Park. I personally feel the township park is one of the nicest in the county, but when you have exceptional facilities, it usually takes consistent maintenance. One of the things I am concerned about is the water that is still on in the one building, which indicates there is pressure and potential of lines freezing since there is no heat source. Also, there is water in the pump house, splash pad catch basins, and under the aluminum manhole covers. Many splash pads have built without gravity drains, which result in frozen and broken pipes when they are not properly serviced before winter. I know you have contracted for these services with a third party. Have you confirmed that they have insurance to cover any mistakes they may make? Also, I noticed the part of the top of a tree near the pavilion has broken off and is hanging. This needs to be removed ASAP. The information noted above are my thoughts. I can request a risk inspection of all locations if you want me to, but I feel some of the above should be addressed before an inspector comes. Thank you, Ken. I was told by Gary that the amount of trash, especially contractor trash, such as roofing material and other building material, is outrageous for our culture and demographics. Gary mentioned hearing through the grapevine that some contractors have deals with Doug to bring their materials to our station instead of going to the city where they should be going. Gary also mentioned that he has heard that Doug does not just pick up trash in Lee for the residents, that he also has a few customers in Porter that he picks up trash for. I had discussed these concerns with Doug previously to hearing it again during my meeting with Bill and Gary. Doug stated he does no such thing. In my investigating, one of the many people I spoke with was Scott O'Laughlin from the City of Midland Landfill. During our conversation, we talked about how Lee Township is consistently in the #1 spot at the city landfill out of all the other 15 townships in Midland County for the amount of trash hauled into there from the Lee Township solid waste station. In fact, a study using the data the city landfill collects shows that Lee Township for the past 4 years has brought in each quarter to the city landfill an average of 58% more trash than the other two townships that are larger than Lee. Scott also informed me of some issues he had recently had with there being questionable material in one of the containers. The city landfill did an inspection of the material and it was found to be innards of butchered animals. Scott said he contacted Doug at the solid waste station and discussed it with him and was given the name of the butcher shop. Scott said he contacted the butcher shop and suggested a waste container separate from the compactor and was told in response that he does not need it as he has a deal with the dump and it is paid for there. Scott followed up with Doug again to see if this was in fact true and he was told yes, he pays his fee there and in his taxes. It has always been that way. Business in Lee Township are not supposed to be utilizing our waste station for their business waste. They are to provide their own trash service on their own accord. Midland Missionary Church, located at 479 South 11 Mile, owns 2 parcels. One that has a house in the church and a home on the other parcel. I cannot speak for the homes, but I do know Doug is contracted to pick up the waste from the church that is then deposited into our solid waste station. I cannot confirm that the missionary church pays Doug for this service. I can only assume as I know of residents that pay him to come pick up their trash. But I can confirm that the church and these 2 other homes owned by the Midland Missionary Church do not pay the solid waste assessment in their yearly taxes to be able to utilize the solid waste station. I can also state that even if they are paying for this service, like many others in and around the township, the money does not get receipted into Lee Township as a revenue to be accounted for and used in and for the operating costs of the solid waste station. Number 12, there are no MDS sheets, my OSHA or LARA posters posted at the solid waste station as required by law. Number 13, there are no current job descriptions or job duties. Last ones on file are from the late 90s and amended in the early 2000s. Number 14, there is not an emergency response plan in place. Number 15, there are no proper how-tos or safety information for proper use of the skid steer, which is a MIOSHA violation. Number 16, There are no records of maintenance, repairs, or general upkeep for any of the equipment or buildings at the waste transfer station.
I ask that everybody put their computers on mute as I've been hearing toilets flushing and other noises.
Number 17, yearly dump cards are no longer handed out, nor is money collected for them to be receipted in as revenue as the policy states, and they are not checked to ensure only residents or solid waste assessment taxpayers utilize the waste station, which poses another issue as the number of rental homes in Lee Township has greatly risen in the past 5 to 10 years. There are now 3 within eyesight of my own home that were not rentals 5 years ago. The property owners pay the taxes, not the renters. Are the renters asked to show ID stating they live in Lee? Not according to the renters within my eyesight. So how is this really tracked? I've always been told that Doug just knows who can and who cannot. There is not a report that is shared with the waste station employees to let them know who has moved in or who has moved out, regardless of if it is a renter or a owner. 18. Blight complaints have risen in regards to trash bags and actual trash. I'm not speaking about junk cars or bigger items. I am only speaking of trash. Not everyone in this township has the means to get to the dump or a vehicle to haul it to the dump. The trash then ends up sitting in their yards uncontained and very inviting to rodents until they can find someone to take care of it. Pay Doug more money on top of what they already pay the township, or in some cases in the past, pay for fines. (19) The contract that was signed with Republic Waste dated February 22nd, 2016 was never followed up on after 36 months it was in effect for. And since there was never a rate restriction included in the contract, the prices continued to rise by 3% each year. A 42 cubic yard compactor container in 2016 was $210.30. Now in 2020, a 42 cubic yard compactor container is $452.75, an increase of $242.45. A 30 cubic yard recycle container in 2016 was $199.26. Now in 2021, a 30 cubic yard recycle container is $436, an increase of $236.74. A 30 cubic yard waste container in 2016 was also $199.26. Now in 2021, a 30 square yard waste container is $429, an increase of $299.74. We have 1 year left with 36 months auto-renewed policy. At that point, the numbers are not foreseen to change much for the waste transfer station. Overhead costs such as the city landfill, repairs, wages, utilities, and other operating costs will remain, and many will increase over the years. I was also able to get the city landfill to track down a copy of our original contract with them, as there is not currently a record of it that can be found at the hall, similar to the contract with Republic. I won't read or go into the details as not much has changed, but it was part of the rabbit hole I twirled down.
Sorry in advance.
The Lee Township Board of Trustees over the past years have held budgeting workshops where they get together. Yes, the public is invited and has been involved in the workshops or special meetings, have been in compliance with the OMA. Anyways, they get together and go over the numbers and plug in other numbers in places, and boom, 3 to 4 meetings later, there is a budget and it gets approved and we all move along happily. Until years later when the inconsistencies arise and are questioned. But a board is too dysfunctional to pay attention to the main goal, which is being responsible fiduciaries for the residents of Lee Township and their funds they pay in taxes to keep this a great place to live. The board will go over the expenditures and revenue report or budget report, which is provided to us by the clerk and her entries into the GL. Unfortunately, improper usage, upkeep, and fat fingers, mistakes cause more problems in the future than they tend to in the now. This budget report shows that the township has $336,888 in unrestricted funds, or in other words, CDs. It also shows the revenue expected for the solid waste assessment is $166,950, and that there is a restricted donation fund of $200,000, leaving the solid waste fund with an operating budget for the 1920 year of $703,838. This table shows how over the last 5 years, without those numbers changing in the general ledger to match what is voted upon by the board as an operating budget, can do to the actual spending and approval when the funds are a shortfall. Over the last 5 years, with the solid waste assessments being lowered and numbers not being updated, the board has anticipated for, but did not actually receive, approximately $94,070. Looking at the year-end budget for 2019-2020, the end fund balance now states we have a balance of $867,930.92, and a net of revenues minus the expenditures was $446,738. But the numbers are wrong. This is the 21-22 budget. As you can see, for the revenue side, the numbers at the beginning of the budget were never updated, thus making it look as though the Lee Township Solid Waste has an operating budget of $703,838. This is not correct and very misleading. Up to February 28th of the 2020-2021 fiscal year, we are $61,678.70 over budget, which does not include all the payments for February paid in March or any of the payments for March paid in April. You will also note that the original budget amount is entered as $258,300. When the approved budget for solid waste for the 2020-2021 fiscal year was set at $257,100. Here is page 5 of 7 of the approved budget numbers for the 2021 fiscal year, showing the approved amount of expenditures. The repairs that are needed to the waste transfer station are very costly. Due to the things needing to be fixed, updated, or replaced, the urgency because of the health and safety issues for the employees and the residents of Lee Township, and being out of compliance in areas relating to my OSHA, Eagle, and Lara, these items would need to be completed all at the same time and cannot be sectioned out to be completed over a period of time. To replace the compactors with the same size compactors we have, and to get the fencing and gating and platforms up to code, we are looking at roughly $101,930. The building and roof replacement without electrical, heat, or concrete, just as it was originally built, will be around $30,000. This depicts the funds we are projected to still have from the 2020 tax collection to fund the solid waste station from April 1st, 2021 through March 31st, 2022. This is the projected expenditures for the solid waste station for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. This shows the cost of operating and a rough cost to move forward with the improvements to bring the waste station up to code. Of course, if this is the route we were to take bids, we would get bids. They would be sought out, not sealed bids, just bids for each improvement. Job descriptions, job duties, policies and procedures, emergency response planning, and training material would need to be created and implemented. And the fastest, most accurate way would be to go through an attorney so the documents were ready to hit the ground running when the waste station were to reopen. A few points of interest here is the total amount of the appropriations needed to operate and renovate would be $573,981. When we subtract the remaining funds from the solid waste that was collected during the tax season from the assessment, you have $573,981 minus $54,595 for a remaining operating/repair expenditure deficit of negative $519,386. This money would need to be covered by the general fund balance, otherwise known as CDs. If the general fund budget reaches max and the remaining expenditures over revenue deficit is pulled from the general fund balance, we would have a remainder of $405,468.21. If we applied that to the expenditures of the operating/repairs, we would still be left with a deficit of $113,917.79. There is no other way to fund this service to our residents other than through the assessment or general fund. General fund funds can only be used to pay for the expenses from solid waste account once the solid waste account reaches a zero balance, or will reach a zero balance without funds being transferred in from the general to cover a payment. A loan of any sort for this type of project is also not warranted per the Treasury budgeting and accounting guidelines. Some of the ways to increase revenue to continue operations would be to have every parcel purchase a dump card/vehicle tag for a yearly price. Permits and fees attached to each large item that would be disposed of at the waste station. Capped amounts of trash that could be brought to the waste station per month per each household, and of course, a major increase in the tax assessment. Discover the hard truth. There is no way to ensure that the solid waste station is functioning properly, even with new procedures and protocols in place. Change is hard when it has to be done the same way for so long. Even with new pristine solid waste station, Eagle or Myosha could come in and cite the station or even demand closure at any given time. The money used from the general fund balance doesn't regenerate. It is lost forever. There could be another emergent situation in the township that would not get tended to because of the lack of funds in the general fund balance. Curbside trash pickup offers weekly cart pickup and bi-weekly recycle pickup. One bulk item will be picked up at no extra cost on a weekly basis by calling ahead to arrange it. If no call ahead is made, the item will still get picked up. It's just going to take longer and it may not be picked up until the next scheduled trash day. An annual cleanup will be arranged where the township will have use of 4 30 cubic square yard containers for residents to come get rid of their big clean out items. We could also turn this into Lee Township dump days. There would be a fixed increase to the contract that the board would be able to budget for in the assessment each year. Also, we're sharing with your constitute/board. Scott O'Laughlin from the Midland City landfill wanted to let each resident know that each resident has access to the landfill, some of it at no charge. One each calendar month, a township resident hauling their waste from their home can bring up to 3 cubic yards at no charge to the resident. ID is required and not having a contractor haul it, not hauling for a cousin in Saginaw, etc. Volume above 3 yards on the first visit and all waste on additional visits that month have a fee at our posted rates. Tires always have a fee, even the first visit per month. Up to one appliance can be included in the 3-yard free visit. This program does not apply to businesses. The landfill does not back invoice the township for the free waste disposal by residents. It is the same program we offer City of Midland residents. It's per household, not per member of the household. So if it is haul a free load, my wife can also get a free load that same month. That's not how it works. Spring free program and fall cleanup program also allow residents self-hauling with ID from their personal residence, free and unlimited yard waste disposal in April and October. Grass, leaves, brush, logs, vegetable garden plants qualify. Example of things that you grow. Boulders, plastic bags from fertilizer, landscape edging, etc. are trash, not yard waste, and fall under the above mentioned waste program. Additionally, we offer a household hazardous waste collection 4 times per year at no charge to the residents. With an appointment using the Midland County Health Department website, residents can bring things like old chemicals, bad gasoline, fertilizers, mercury, etc. from their own home. This is not available to businesses. It's a different set of laws. Typically, this occurs in April, June, August, and October. 2021 dates are not set yet. The top left is the pricing for the curbside with recycle. It would start out the first year to include a buffer and cleanup fund. The cleanup fund would be used to clean up the solid waste station site, and a portion of the funds would be set aside to help build back up some funds in the solid waste account for emergencies or unforeseen expenditures. The assessment price for the first year is also based on the pricing from Republic as well as the data from the City of Midland landfill and the yearly trends Lee Township has set there. The total solid waste assessment would be approximately $326.36 per parcel. The middle left option is the pricing for curbside without the recycle, pickup, and added cost that comes with it. All other costs as described with the first curbside option also apply. The total assessment cost would be $249.56 per parcel. Both of these choices in year 2 have some increases in numbers, but the city landfill data and expenses is anticipated to decrease 25 to 50%. This is due to the garbage trucks having a better compacting ability than our solid waste station compactors, and due to being more regulated as far as only Lee Township residents will have their trash picked up and businesses will not be able to utilize the dump like they do now. Building material and big box items will also not be a large monthly cost. For instance, a resident brought a big older speedboat to the solid waste station this past summer. It did not fit in one of the large containers in the back. They were going to cut it up and put it in the container. If this individual would have been allowed to do this, they would have filled one whole container to the cost of $429, when their entire waste assessment for the year was only $85. And with the fiscal year being about half over, I think it's safe to assume they would have still be bringing more trash in the next 6 months and probably had brought in trash prior to bringing the boat. Things like this will not be allowed to happen with curbside. Residents would need to take the items like this to the city landfill if accepted there, or to a junkyard or other facility to dispose of it. The bottom left and bottom right both show the cost to operate the solid waste station that would be spread out in the tax assessment. The first year would be the highest at $429.94. The second year it does lower to $298.98, but it must also be kept in mind that the cost for Republic will continue to rise about 3% each year, and the cost of the city landfill continues to rise each year and has been budgeted for a 3% increase as well. There will need to be a buffer for a few years to help build back up funds for emergency and operating costs, because going this route will take everything the township has in reserve for this current year and potentially into the first quarter of the next fiscal year. Along with this assessment on the taxes, there will also be yearly fees and permits fees for large items, and policies put into place to help regulate the amount of trash brought into the solid waste station. This is an extended look into the future costs. Again, curbside with recycle as well as without could end up being much cheaper depending on the city landfill charges. Third-year curbside with recycling assessment is projected to be about $233.66. Projected amount for curbside without recycle is projected to be $165.50. And the solid waste station for the third year is projected to be at $306.05. Discovering ways to defeat dumping. If the solid waste station were to close, there would be increased police patrol, increased awareness with the residents to stay vigilant as well as the board. Reports of dumping would be taken seriously and investigated with prosecution as the end result of a successful investigation. We have faith in our residents that instead of being spiteful because of the solid waste station closing, or for those that want curbside, if the solid waste station stays open, you will not dump trash in random places because not only does that take extra effort, but it looks pretty immature and irresponsible.
Before we go on to the last slide, I do want to share Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So there's 4 options available for the solid waste station. Option 1, this would be the complete improvement. So after $109,011 has been collected so far as of March 1st for operations for the solid waste fund for the 21-22 fiscal year. Of that amount, $24,778 will be distributed to us in July. Once you look at how it's broke down with the bank balance after disbursement in July, we essentially can plan on having $54,595 beginning April 1st. Going forward with the proposed budget, the salary and wages is $19,700. Salary and wages for the assistant, $13,000. Employer share payroll taxes are $700 and retirement contribution is $5,000. That $5,000 line is what they put in extra, not something that is a cost of the township. The employee's contribution of the pension is $350. Office supplies, $100. Operating supplies, $1,500. Professional contract services, $2,000. The landfill service to the city, $113,000. So in order to get this, I got information from the city landfill of where we landed so far. In the 2 months of the fourth quarter for us, which would be the first quarter for the landfill, you can see the division there. So we're looking at adding $18,000 to where we are currently at to pay for that last quarter. The Republic waste hauling. So we're looking at $186,801. Communications there, that's the telephone system, utilities, the maintenance, snow plowing, insurance, solid waste workers comp. One thing that is not added in here is the $500 for the 5 months. It's less than 500, but the porta potty bill that finally came today. The capital outlay. That would include everything that needed to be essentially done. We're looking at around $216,930. So that brings us to a total appropriation spent of $573,981. The net of revenue over appropriations is negative $519,386. The general fund balance left over after the revenue and expenses, including CDs, but not the bank account. If we were to exceed, and just because it's the budget and the money's there, doesn't mean we can spend it, doesn't mean we should spend it. But that left us with the CDs at $405,468.21. The net of the appropriations over the general and CD fund, it still leaves us at a deficit of the negative $113,917.79. We also have to keep in mind that if we use that money out of the general fund CDs, that if something else were to happen in the township, we would not have funds to back that up, to support it, to pay for. Option 2 for solid waste. Again, we can't change the starting number. That will be $54,595. All other funds for the next fiscal year will come from general, regardless. The landfill services, again, $113,000. We have to base that on what it has been until we can show either the numbers actually drop or the numbers go up. Republic Waste Hauling. This is for curbside pickup without recycling, and that would be $179,814. We would have to have a maintenance fund, $60,000. This would be used to clean up the compactor site, help build up a fund balance in regards to the solid waste funds. Insurance would still need to be kept on the property, so that is budgeted in there as the original amount of $3,000. This would put our spending at $355,814 for the year. The net of revenue over appropriations is negative $301,219. Again, using the general fund balance and the net over the CD funds, we would be in the positive of $104,249.21. Given something else happening in the township, there would be a little bit of funds to fall back on. If the waste station were to close, we could also sell the old skid steer as well as the new skid steer. There may be other items on the site we're selling, or the dysfunctional compactors might have some useful parts to somebody else that they may want. That is budgeted in to be able to sell both skid steers and whatever for $40,000, bringing our total to $144,249.21 in the positive. Option number 3 for solid waste. Again, can't change that starting number. Can't change the landfill number for the city. Republic for curbside with recycle, that would be $300,697. Recycle has, I want to say, almost like quadrupled over the past 10 years. It is very expensive and insane. Again, the fund balance to clean up and to have that fund, as well as the insurance. This would leave us with $476,697 as appropriations. Net of revenue over appropriations, negative $422,102. The general funds left over, and subtracting that would leave us at a negative $16,633. Again, the sale, assuming $40,000, it could be more, it could be less. but it could bring us back into the positive of $23,366.21. And the option 4 for solid waste for the operating 21-22 budget year, do nothing. Once the solid waste fund is depleted to zero, we have done our part in giving the residents what we said we would for their tax dollars. We then close the solid waste station and all residents are on their own to find, utilize, and pay for their own solid waste removal. Yes, this is legit. I spoke with both our attorney and the MTA attorney.
So Christie, can you-
Question and answer session. Please remember to be respectful. Only one person.
Are you still talking, Laura, or can you hear?
I thought you were done. Before we go on to any open ones, I would like to address the ones that have been accumulating before we open it when you're done with this.
Absolutely.
At a time is to talk. If
Can
you
you hear us?
interrupt, become belligerent, disrespectful, or argumentative, you will be muted. If the above happens twice during the meeting, you will be removed from the meeting and not allowed re-entry.
Oops. Sorry.
Question and answer session. Please remember to be respectful. Only one person at a time is to talk. If you interrupt, become belligerent, disrespectful, or argumentative, you will be muted. If the above happens twice during the meeting, you will be removed from the meeting and not allowed re-entry. Yes, this was verified with our attorney and it can and will be done. If you plan on saying something negative, we will gladly listen, but ask that you also give us something positive to end on. There must be a reason you live in Lee Township, and I'm certain the dump is not the only reason.
All right, Laura, do you want to go ahead with your?
Let me get back to the first one because there's a handful of them. Okay, this is from Rhea Call. If the compactor was unsafe in November and continued to be used until now, what safety items were addressed and resolved so that the compactor could continue to operate safely? So I'm assuming that all the safety items that endangered the attendance have been fixed now, correct? I'm sure you wouldn't be running the compactor if it was unsafe, correct? So that's the first one. Do you want to address it? Or you want me to read them all?
We can address that one individually. Or we can address them all individually. So the answer to that question would be is everything is still functioning as it was before anybody brought it to my attention. It's still functioning as it was with the previous supervisors that have been in charge of it. There are huge safety concerns. That is why we are trying to address them. It is not something that can be addressed right this second. It takes investigation. We could have closed it down. We could have shut it down and left everybody without trash pickup. But I guess we just functioned on living on a prayer and hoping that MIOSHA and DEQ and nobody reported us to Lara. I mean, they haven't in the past because this is how it's always been. I think that Gary can attest to that, being around as long as he has been. These aren't a lot of new issues. These are just issues that have been brought to somebody's attention that is actually addressing them and looking into them.
Okay, the next question comes from Heidi. Says these problems did not occur overnight. This took years. She's not asking for. Then the next one comes from.
I would just like to, I want to respond to that.
Fine,
Heidi is
that's fine.
absolutely correct on that.
So co-op is asking why didn't we spend the money to fix the dump instead of the new skid steer?
We did not spend the money to fix the dump instead of the new skid steer. I can't answer that, only with what I have provided to you about how we went through our budgeting, how things were looked at, and the fact that the supervisor, who is the personnel manager, that is the one that is supposed to be in charge of the waste transfer station, the employees, the happenings, did not address or I guess stick their nose into it like I did, especially after being approached by individuals telling me these things.
Okay, the next one is again from Heidi, fix it with driver's licenses, called fix things, not recreate our own agenda and let the voters choose.
Unfortunately, this isn't something that can go out to the voters. It also has to be agreed upon by the board in regards to the next budget year because there are not funds there.
Oh, this is second fold of hers. 10K, 35K for the park, no code enforcement officer, use that money instead of new things. So that was kind of the second part of hers, of Heidi's. Another one from Rhea Call. Why after 33 years of Lee Township residency do I hear that in one night the compactor will be shut down?
I never said the compactor was going to be shut down tonight and that it won't be open tomorrow.
And then Kyle said the compact closure has been discussed for at least the past 5 years due to lower cost options. And I can testify to that because I've been here that long. Another one from Rhea, did the previous administration, 3 of whom are on the current board, even suspect there was such a major issue, and who's specifically at fault?
I'm not going to point fingers to anybody at fault. I can tell you, especially with the budget page that I showed on there from Mr. Stewart that he puts together, that he did put exclamation points and asterisks on things. He did try to bring it to everybody's attention. He did try to address the previous supervisor in regards to it. He did send out numerous emails asking the previous supervisor if he was sure that he wanted to leave the waste assessment where it currently was. The budget tried to be fixed to improve the numbers and enter them correctly. And it honestly was a pushback from the current, or at the time, supervisor to address any issues. I also feel, without pointing fingers, that the last time the budget was actually gone through as it has been this time, has been a very, very long time. I don't think the revenue for the past 4 years has even been looked at to compare to expenses. It's just been expenses that have been gone over. If any other board member would like to add any input to that, you are welcome.
Okay, so the next one is, in fact, there were support, this is from Kyle, there were support the compactor yard signs available prior to meetings discussing the topic. And then co-op said, who paid for the compactor support signs? I've no knowledge of any of that, and I've been in office, I'm going on my 6th year, so I didn't see that. Did you?
What are support signs?
he's got in parentheses, maybe Kyle needs to explain it. He's the one that said that. Can Kyle, can you explain it, please?
Yeah, I specifically saw like political type yard signs saying something like support the contractor or trash compactor, vote tonight, or something like along those lines. I don't know who paid for them. I saw them at the compactor site and a few other locations. That's all.
Recently or?
No, at like 5 or 6 years ago, the last time this was an agenda item.
Okay.
Referring back to the initial, why after 33 years of Lee Township residency am I now hearing about this? That's all that's referring to. Yeah, that's all that is.
So that answers co-op signs. We don't know where they came from or who paid for them. And Heidi says she never saw those signs. She said they get tickets for those signs. I kind of doubt it, but that was in the past. And then Rhea said, yes, Kyle, the community was allowed input at an overflowing public meeting. I guess with this board, that doesn't matter. How can you want a community involvement team when when you treat them with indifference? So there's that one. And then where's the next one? Heidi's saying there's so many poor management. So years of poor management means the residents don't matter. It doesn't come to the residents to vote, just the select board. This is not hearing the residents. It's our own agenda. Take it to a vote in the township where your community can make some improvements if you want them to plant flowers. So there's that one. And then the next one says, so let me get this straight. There are 3 board members that have served on the board for multiple terms. Are they part of the reason in this situation? Not, I can't answer that. I know I put my heart into it and I'm sure the others do too. So, this one says I'm comparing the decision being made in one night versus the township topic, but this is reality and the public is not told and they're not being asked. All right. This is from resident 7. I definitely don't want the dump station to close, but you can't change the past. You can't point fingers to fix problems or dwell on the past. Let's please look forward. I certainly barely have trash. It's a small bag each week. However, it's a great convenience to take and have it a couple times a year for extra items. There's a Rhea. There's a different Rhea. She said that you, Christy, you were on the board when the skid steer was voted on. And then resident 7 says, can you put a card system in place? But if nobody's checking them, what's the purpose? And then if the board members aren't given correct information, how can you make a good decision? That is true. And then Heidi is asking, I don't know if she's asking this for Wanda. She's saying the board needs to fix the problems. Don't shut the dump down. The township residents don't want the dump closed, and I don't want to haul my garbage to M20 and back, and then garbage would be left on the road. So this is from Chris, somebody wondering how my 96-year-old grandfather's going to drag a container to the end of his driveway for pickup day. But then somebody else asked him how he got it to the dump anyways, and I believe that's it. So.
All right. Gary?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to throw some insight or responses to anything that you've seen in the PowerPoint or to resident comment?
Well, I didn't take notes, so if I miss some of them, please fill me in. The one gentleman that was asking for the grandfather, we do offer a backdoor service. If you are physically challenged or simply can't handle the container with verification from the township, we will pick the trash up at the back door. So if that's a concern for those folks, that fixes that one.
Gary, is that an extra cost to the resident or to the township?
It is not. It's a service that's provided. There was a concern about trash along M20. Really, as long as you bag your trash, there's no issue with blowing debris. We service Greendale, Homer, trying to think of the others all along M20 and really don't have any issues with that. I will say this, you get a big heavy snow, the snow plow drivers certainly like to, well, I shouldn't say they like to, but the carts will blow when heavy snow hits them. But typical traffic along M20 won't knock them over. They're wind rated for higher than that. And what were some of the other concerns that the residents had?
Looks like somebody's asking if you'll screw up someone else's asphalt driveway.
I know we don't go into personal driveways.
Gary, if I have my trash out there and the truck knocks it over, your truck, what do I do, or how do we rectify that?
Well, if the driver knocks the cart over, he'll certainly get over and pick it up and then service it.
Okay. As far as the waste transfer station and those compactors and the containers there, is there anything that you feel we can do to decrease costs there?
Oh, I mean, other than sitting down and negotiating an agreement with the township, that certainly is an option. I don't know what those savings, if any, would be. You know, we've serviced Lee Township for a long time, and you know the costs are what the costs are. You guys generate a tremendous amount of trash, and we make a lot of hauls out of that transfer station on a weekly basis.
For the other transfer stations that you service, how are they typically run? I mean, I know you're not there daily and you're kind of the administrative back end of it, but do they allow their large containers to have items such as boats cut up and put into them? Are they having all the building materials and so forth that come out of Lee? Are they any similar to that?
No. For the most part, we see typical household waste at the transfer stations. Some may do a cleanup day or something like that where large items can be collected, but certainly not on a weekly basis like we see coming out of Lee.
Does anybody else have any questions for Gary? Any board members? Any members of the public?
There's one on there, Christy from Co-op, that says, are they gonna walk? It's 400 feet to that particular person's back door. Is the gentleman, I'm assuming it's a guy, not necessarily, but are they going to walk up 400 feet to the back door to offer that service?
We'll certainly take a look at it. I mean, if it's somewhere safe that we can stop the truck and make that trip up the drive. Yeah, again, it's a service that's offered for those that are verified to be physically challenged.
So then, Christy, there's a couple more. I don't know, you want to follow up on them? How many other townships in Midland still have transfer? That's 0, isn't it?
No, 0 transfer stations left in Midland County.
Other than this.
Yeah, Gary, what's the nearest transfer station? Is that Kent?
Mm, The nearest that I service, well, it would have been over in Bay County, but they just left
They
their
closed.
transfer station and are now curbside.
I will.
Gosh, I would say you're gonna have to go up to, for me, it would be Ogama County, probably Plainfield Township, up near Hale.
Okay. The other thing that I would add in regards to that, I lost it. Go on with your next one. It'll come back to me.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. I remember.
Okay.
Midland County is also a closed county. That means no trash in, no trash out. So Republic is the only one right now that has a contract with Midland County to utilize their dump and to provide services within the county, except for the city trucks. We cannot get a quote or, work with the city for them to come out here to pick up. Greendale did have the green guys, Waste Management. Am I right?
That is correct.
Okay, they had the green guys, Waste Management, and Waste Management pulled out and left them high and dry on their contract. They were the last remaining ones besides Republic here in Midland County to be able to utilize the dump. So while we could go get estimates from other waste haulers, it would kind of be like me going to get an estimate from DTE for energy at my home.
And it's not there, so.
Correct.
All right, next question. What are the plans for the property if the dump closes?
There are not any current plans put into place for that. We do have options of what we could use it for. We could move our fire barn there. We could extend our cemetery as long as we didn't or got approval from the DEQ. If we could dig down in the front half, I don't think we would be able to dig down where the compactor is or even in the back. What?
If anything, you have to bring it up because you
Right.
can't dig down into what
Yep.
the
So
holes and all that.
yeah, so that would really limit us to the back half as far as what we could do.
Then the next question's asked by Bill Rogers, or not asked. He says that we need to prioritize the needs of the township. If it means shutting down the water park for a year to reduce the expenditures that have less impact on the community than the dump, I'm believing he's saying. So.
And I totally understand that, but looking over this budget, I cannot pull another 400,000 out of anywhere. Nowhere.
And Heidi answered him back saying, because it wasn't properly winterized anyway, so it may not work this year. And that could be true.
That could be, and it didn't work last year, so.
And then resident 7 says, I don't want to worry about my trash being strewn about because of critters if I'm not going to take it out at 4 a.m. on a work day. So it would have to be put out the night before. And then Kyle is saying he's hearing a lot of individual issues listed here in support of the waste transfer, but somehow all the other Midland County townships manage it. And then he said Republic has been consistently the right provider. Then Bill Rogers is asking us again, have we looked into waste management? Has the board talked to other townships about Republic's waste? And then
and I'll just make sure that Bill sent that before I said the waste management thing. So the green guys, waste management, they do not hold a contract in Midland County with the county landfill. It's a closed county. Republic is currently the only one. Waste Management did have Greendale on their contract. They were the last one and they pulled out before the contract ended and left Greendale Township high and dry.
So Bill's saying that Bullet Creek schools have waste management.
per Scott O'Laughlin, I don't know if Gary has any information on his competitors in the.
No, I don't know. I know obviously from a front load standpoint or commercial standpoint, there's other trash haulers in there. I service every community with the exception of Lee in Midland County for curbside trash. So Bullock Creek and I'm sure other school districts or businesses have other service providers, but that's on a commercial standpoint.
Oh, because they're a business, that may be the difference. Kristen.
It very well could be.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I'm talking to Scott O'Laughlin from the city landfill. He said that Republic was the only one that held that contract for the curbside.
So Co-op is saying M20 is a very busy road now, and as a bus driver, they're having a hard time with trash cans in the road and cars not stopping for red lights. There are a lot of older residents that live on M20 with long driveways, which I believe that is true. So then Jeff is asking, he might have missed it, what's the price per parcel with the dump versus the curbside?
That is 31. I'll pull it back up on the screen share. That didn't go as planned. So essentially in the upper left for the first year with recycle per parcel would be $326.36. Without recycle would be $249.56. And for the waste transfer station to put the money into it that we don't essentially have to put into it, the waste assessment would be $429.94 per parcel. And then you would also have a yearly cost of a vehicle permit that like one of those sticky things that you remove it and it's destroyed, so you can't transfer it to another vehicle. And there would be permits that would need to be got before taking big items. So like the Hamden Township in Bay County, they moved to doing the permits to try to recoup some of their fees per their supervisor Terry that I spoke with. And each big item would be $15. So if you were bringing a couch, it would be $15. And if you were bringing a chair and a couch, then it would be $30. There would also be a revamp of the policy stating again how it was back in I think 98, how much trash you could bring in. It would slow down your time at the dump. There'd be a greater wait because the attendants would have to be checking every tag and they would have to be keeping an eye on what people were bringing in if the permits were there and the amount. Going into the second year of it, so the 22-23 year, the curbside with recycle does go down to $276.65. And these will fluctuate. These are not factual, actual numbers. These are estimated and approximate because of the amount of trash that we take in. The only thing on this that we can guarantee is going to be the amount from Republic. Without recycle for the second year, it would be $199.85. And for the waste transfer station, depending on what our fees were, that everything just increased at the 3%. and the operating costs were just a 3% increase, we'd be looking at $298.98.
Are you done with that?
Yeah, I'm trying to get back to you.
I can talk though. Okay, so the next person saying you already have to build the site up across the road from the fire barn that Dow was going to give us just to the north of the fire station. So we would have to fill that in, they're saying, but why not buy the property like they originally talked at Trudell's convenience? Which I'm not sure what they're meaning by that, since it is attached. I'm not sure.
I think that would be the property that's attached to the fire station currently. That would only bring us up to 2 acres. And the cost was, I believe, at last offer, they offered us the 1 acre at $30,000.
Well, I was thinking this, they're talking about the Dow property.
So the Dow property across the street, there was a cost associated with that, and I'm not sure exactly how much, but it was very low. It would have to be brought in to be brought up.
That's a fill dirt.
And with it being that wet in there, I don't think anybody looked to see if it was a wetland situation, kind of like the Betty Thomas Lane, where that was built during a very dry time for 5 years, and now they've got severe issues with their drainage, and it's wetlands in there.
It may be corrected though with the loss and drain. I don't know.
I hope so.
And then everybody's complaining that the slides are blurry, but I don't think that there's anything we can do about that. And then Chris is saying that I'm so afraid this will have people just dumping trash everywhere in the township if we go that route.
You know, honestly, if they dump trash everywhere in the township, but they forget to leave it at the end of their driveway, that speaks mounds for themselves. And like I said in the slide before, if we go with curbside pickup, the board, the sheriff's department has already been informed that this could be a possibility among, you know, other issues. They've said that they would work with us. They worked with Greendale when Greendale shut down their dump. We have a problem with dumping now on state land, and it's not always just our residents. I think our bigger issue right now is the fact that we have $600,000 that we don't have, that we need to figure out how to get to spend, and it's not going to happen. If we sit around and worry about the what ifs instead of the problems at hand, it's not going to get us anywhere.
Oh, and I'm plugging my computer up. It's telling me my battery's getting low, but Jeff said, check the etch under the GIS for the wetland boundaries. And then they asked if it was somebody at resident 7 said it was looked into, checked with the chief, which I know we checked both of those 2 properties right there, Christy. I know we did, but I don't know what all the final outcome was with it. And on to the next. I'm trying. Come on. It's like it's not going to let me go any further. Maybe that was it then. I thought it just said there were 7 new, but I think that was it. So, oh, here is one. Maybe they are coming. Okay. Guess what? If you close the dump, there'll be more trash in the ditches and tires on the dead end roads, just like it was in 94. And then Kyle's saying he'd still like to know what the numbers were based upon.
Which numbers?
He says see above, so I'm not sure which. What are you referring to, Kyle?
Kyle.
Sorry, I had to get to the mute button. No, you were quoting some numbers based from Republic, and we also heard in the presentation that Lee tends to generate an awful lot of trash, curiously high amount of trash is what I said in the comment. Are these numbers based upon the volume specifically in Lee, or are these just standard? Because if the numbers, if the volume goes down, would that change those numbers?
So the numbers are factual numbers. They are when the Republic truck leaves here, it goes to the dump, the city landfill. The city landfill then weighs it in and we get a bill from them. All of my numbers about the how many cubic square yards and how much trash we're bringing in over the other townships in Midland County are compared to the city of Midland landfill's data that they collect from the trucks and the trash being brought in from other townships as well as Lee. So that is where that is tracked.
I mean, I believe that that's how much is coming from Lee. But my question is if there are, like someone alluded to, maybe not you, I don't want to blame, if the cousin from Bay City is dumping trash in Lee Township, the volume of trash in Lee might not be actually representative of the amount of trash generated in Lee Township.
Correct.
If that changes, would those prices change?
Yes, those numbers would drop dramatically for the city landfill.
For both Republic and city landfill, they would, because we wouldn't be generating as much. Okay, so resident 7 says, I missed one. So it doesn't say it's from an iPhone. There are only 4 deputies on duty at one time to cover the whole county, so they'll never be able to control the random dumping. And then resident 7 said, instead of looking into filling into previous dump site to fill it in for the fire station, it may be cost effective to choose to take action a different direction for fire station that's in bad shape. And then Edna is saying, or if a vehicle tag is that it's on is broken down, then I'm forced to buy another tag for another vehicle.
Yep, or if you switch vehicles, you would have to purchase another one. Or if you wanted both your husband and yourself to have one on each vehicle, or
yeah, so. And then resident 7 said it should be a driver's license based setup.
there's a lot of different ways to do it. We also have to think of with the permits and the monitoring of how fast can we get them through and still be efficient. With having a permit of a different color located on the outside of the car, it can be monitored easier in that aspect than grabbing a driver's license and trying to figure out where the address is, or if that person is really that person. That's just my personal opinion. I mean, it
Yeah,
would be,
there's even as the clerk of 5 years, sometimes a new street comes in that I am not familiar with, so I have to familiarize myself. But resident 7 said there's scanning that's available. So that's true. Something such as when you come in to vote, they have to scan your driver's license. So maybe something like that, which would say whether you were in Lee Township or not. So. So Kyle wants to talk with you, I'm assuming, Christy, so just try to get with him.
No, I was just kind of waiting for the chat feed to slow down. Let me know when.
Okay.
Because I thought this was originally the question was asked if we had anything for, I believe his name was Gary, and this has kind of gone all over the place. I was just waiting for the actual public comment.
Okay.
this is, if you would like to address some things, I believe.
Okay.
You're
all right. So I have a few things. I'm sure a lot of people will be annoyed by what I have to say, but I'm going to say them anyway. So I've been here, I don't know, eight years or so in Lee Township, Midland County for about 15 years. And so I've lived in a few different places. When I first moved to Lee Township was early on when that meeting that I referenced earlier was taking place. It was a standing room only meeting.
That was actually in August of 2012.
Okay, well, I was not actually quite ready for what I actually ended up happening there. I thought it was gonna be a more popular the other way. But anyway, let me address a few things that you mentioned. You mentioned, or not you, I think the presentation mentioned storage of tires currently on the transfer station site. And I'd like to know what storage fees we're currently assessing on those storage.
There's none.
Okay, so no storage fees. So that's free. Do I get to store stuff of mine that I don't want there?
It depends on how good you are in with the caretaker. That's how it's worked in the past. So,
all right.
I mean,
So this is anecdotal. I don't have evidence I can share with you, but I have seen where the current caretaker has collected trash and then accessed, and once they collect the trash belongs to them, and has then accessed the site during off hours times, which I'm not privy to. So I'd like to know, are we allowed to use the dump during our personal time since there's no lock?
That's a very good question, and that's why I posed it.
Or does does everybody who owns the trash have to dump it during compactor hours? That's what I would expect, but that's my question. Like I said, this isn't necessarily going to be popular. I'd also like to know who the subcontractors are for this position. And does Midland County have any sort of clause in the contract with the current contractor to allow for subcontracting? Because I know that we have a contractor, Doug, right?
No, Doug is a township employee. There are board minutes that state that Doug did ask if he could pick up trash from residents and get paid for it. It was tabled and never brought back to the table. And if it was never placed in the minutes. And I can get you those board minutes if you want.
That was part of it. That was actually my next one. This one is referring to who actually works at the transfer station.
So the transfer station employs two employees, Doug Eastman and Dave Eastman.
And both of those are county or township employees?
Correct, through Lee Township.
Perfect. That works for me. Okay, that's one asked and answered then. I've been to the dump several times now where the bins are full during operating hours. And I've been turned away. And I'm curious as how we're supposed to address that, because I think that the primary role of the caretakers is to make sure that the bins are not full during operating hours. And that's frustrating to me when that happens. How are we addressing that if we keep the dump open?
I honestly can't answer that. I can tell you there are weeks where we get billed that there are 7 to 15 dumps, haul outs from our transfer station. I know the last week it was that I don't remember the exact date that it closed, but Doug had to close down. It was on a Wednesday. He said that he had called and left a message for Republic on a Sunday, and they never showed up on Monday, and he called again, and they said they didn't have any way to get him on the schedule. It was what it was. I honestly, I don't have an answer for that, Kyle.
Okay.
The dump has never been,
okay.
The dump was handed over to Doug approximately in 2008. And that's when items in regards to the compactor and the caretakers there stopped being put in the minutes, stopped being addressed until 2012, when there was that meeting in August. That was in the minutes, and then again, nothing until current.
Okay, now I do see someone mentioned in the tracks or in the chat that he doesn't turn anywhere, and that's just not true, because I was turned away, in which I had to actually talk to the township supervisor at the time. So that is not a true statement, but whatever. And then my last thing was regarding the prior meeting that we had, I think you said it was August of 2012. This is the last time I remember this being an agenda item, at least. I could be wrong. But one of the primary stated reasons why they wanted the dump to remain open at the time was, and this was echoed by several of the attendees, was that ever since the coffee shop closed, there was no place to hang out. And so I'm really not interested in supporting a hangout location. I just want my trash taken care of. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. All right, is there any further comments? Laura, are you alive?
I am.
No. The lights turned off in the hall and then I
Oh,
didn't,
yeah, they did. It's because we're not out there. No, I'm here.
all right. Are there any further comments that need to be addressed, or can we move back into general session? Now that I don't know where any of my stuff is. All right, can I get a motion to move back into general session?
Yes.
Second.
11:05.
Go ahead and take roll on that.
1 second. Okay. Can we think?
No, it's getting really late.
It's Christie,
Yes,
Bill,
Yes.
Darla. Is Darla still with us?
yeah, she needs to unmute.
Lawrence, are you there?
Yep, yes for me.
Okay. And I will say yes. Just waiting on Darla.
Yes.
Okay.
Woohoo!
I was trying to go big with my mouth so you could see
I'm
me.
sorry, Laura. I thought that you heard me. I didn't know I was muted. so-
No.
No, nobody heard.
All right, so motion carried. It is 11:06 and we're back in regular session.
All right, I'll make a motion to accept the supervisor's salary for the 21-22 budget year as is with no increases.
Second.
All right, go ahead and take roll, Laura.
Okay. Bill,
Yes.
Lawrence,
Yes.
I will say yes, and Darla
Yes.
and Christie.
Yes.
Okay, motion carried. So no changes, and it stayed the same. All right,
And I'll make a motion to accept the treasurer's salary as is with no increases for the 21-22 year. Thanks, Bill.
Second.
okay. Turning pages, sorry. All right, Lawrence,
Yes.
Darla,
Yes.
I will say yes, Christie
Yes.
and Bill.
Yes.
Okay, motion carried.
I'll make a motion to accept the clerk's salary as is to stay the same with no increases for the 21-22 budget year.
Second.
Okay, Darla,
Yes.
I will say yes, Christie,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
and Lawrence.
Yes.
Motion carried.
I'll make a motion to accept the budget as presented without solid waste.
Second.
Okay, I will say yes on the budget as presented without solid waste. And Christie,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Lawrence,
No.
and Darla.
Yes.
Okay, motion carried.
I'm gonna
So
make,
that is
go ahead.
without the solid waste, so we will be addressing that at a later date.
we'll be addressing that separately.
Yeah,
Um,
okay.
I will make a motion to table the approval of the GAA until the meeting at the end of the month for the budget
Second.
amendments, so we can have it filled in and accurate.
Second.
Okay, so you made a motion to table the approval of the GAA until the meeting at the end of this month.
Correct.
Seconded by Bill. Okay, back to you, Christie.
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Lawrence,
Yes.
Darla,
Yes.
and I will say yes. So moved. It's tabled.
I'm just looking for the financial report or the treasurer report. Treasurer report. All right, Mr. Stewart, you are up.
Okay. You want me to read all the lines or just the beginning and ending type stuff?
I think they can read the in the betweens. Just go with the beginning and end so that we can.
Okay. For general fund, it started out at $321,452.40. The ending balance is $347,293.58.
Are you seeing on the screen, Christie?
Yeah, are you?
What somebody said?
Oh, no, I don't see that.
They cannot read. People cannot see it. It's too blurry.
Well, I'm reading the bottom lines to you anyway, but okay.
I don't know how to make it unblurry.
Mine looks clear.
Mine's clear. I
think it's just a computer thing. It's gonna be. They
Depends
just
how many
wanted you to
pixels
read.
got.
They wanted me to have you read the whole thing because they can't see it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
blurry.
No problem. Going back to the general fund then, we started out at $321,452.40. We had expenditures of $35,161.36. We had additions, mostly from taxes for township operating, of $61,002.54. Ending balance then of $347,293.58. For the fire department fund, the beginning balance of $226,477.80 with subtractions of $22,560.56 with additions of $105,964 even, lending to the balance of $309,881.24. The payroll fund checking began at $31,168.38. Subtractions of $13,101.92, with additions of 16 cents, with a bank balance then of $18,066.62. Solid waste fund checking, beginning balance of $48,512.53, with subtractions of $41,101.22, additions of $72,406.38, lending to a balance of $79,817.69. For the water fund, beginning balance of $81,021.02, subtraction of $290 even, additions of $254,277.47, with an end balance then of $335,008.49. As far as CDs are concerned, I'll just run the bottom line balance for the ownership of the CDs. Currently, the fire CDs are totaled at $561,150.94. The general fund CDs are $450,940.21, with a total out in CDs of $1,015,091.15. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Bill, do we need a motion for, to make sure to put in the minutes to remove all names?
I'd like to make a motion at this point, if I can,
Yes.
to remove Jessica Barber and her deputy, what was it, Jeanette?
Jennifer Meiser.
Jennifer from all of the township-owned funds on banking, and add William Stewart as the new treasurer to those funds. I'll get the exact verbiage to you on that was requested by one of the banks, so that I can have you put that in the minutes, if you would, please.
Okay, so right now I'm just saying that you made a motion to remove Jessica Barber and Jennifer. Oh, I lost her last name. I'm sorry. I apologize.
All right, I'll get you
Who said what?
It's Meiser.
It is, yep. And to remove both of them from all banking, or was it CDs?
I wanted to verbiage to read all bank funds owned by Lee Township.
Okay.
That'll include CDs, checking, and all down the
Okay.
line. And then add William Stewart as the new treasurer.
Okay.
Do we need to add Tanya?
I can add her once I'm on.
Okay. Do you want to
Right now,
approve? Do you want to
right now
approve?
I can't do that, so.
Okay.
All right, so Bill made a motion to remove Jessica Barber and Jennifer Meiser from all bank funds owned by Lee Township and add William Stewart. We need a second.
I'll second.
All right. Lawrence,
Yes.
Darla,
Yes.
I will say yes. Christie
Yes.
and Bill.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Approval of bills. Are there any questions in regards to the fire fund? Laura, can you state the amount?
Oh, if I get it here in front of me. I didn't grab my bills out. All right, here they are. Okay. For the fire, I have a total, a low one here this month of $817.87.
Wow. And there were no questions from the board in regards to the bills. All right, I'll make a motion to approve the fire in the amount of
$17.87.
$17.87.
Second,
Okay, so Darla,
Yes.
I will say yes. Christie,
Yes.
Bill,
yes.
and Lawrence.
Yes.
All right, so we have payroll. I don't have, I don't know if there's a report I can run on both of those or not. So it comes up together, but the one for January 16th, which was just solid waste, came to $2,219.55. And then the next one for everyone, get to the right page. This one's a bigger one, so it's taken me a minute to get to it. This one comes to a total of $2,126.88. Well, it's more than that because there was one physical check. So add 75.44 and 12,126.88. That's the total amount.
Are there any questions from the board in regards to payroll?
I have two. Please tell me about the one about,
12,202.32.
I'm
What
sorry,
is-
say that one more time, Laura.
12,202.32 for payroll.
Thank you.
Did Darla have a question?
you
Yeah,
have
she's
two,
got two of
Laura.
them.
Laura, please tell me about the board of review. You've got one person not entered, you said.
The Board of Review.
You
Where
want me to give names here?
am I saying that? Under payroll, I have Board of Review just happened today.
Well, I have it on the top of this, and it's from February 21st.
Oh, that was George. He didn't get it into me in time for the one
All
before.
right. Okay, the other one is on, you said something needs to be added to Lawrence's. Explain that to me, please.
Something needs to be added to, oh, that was just my personal note to add his general ledger number for Planning Commission.
All right, okay, that's all I wanted to know. Okay.
Any other questions from board members? All right, I'll make a motion to approve the payroll in the amount of 12202.32.
Second,
All right, I will say yes. And Christie,
Yes.
Bill,
yes.
Lawrence,
Yes.
and Darla.
Yes.
Okay, motion carried. So now you want solid waste,
Yes, please.
12,444.22.
One more time.
$12,444.22.
Any questions in regards to the solid waste?
Just the one that I ask everybody. I have no idea what the $400.59. All I can gather, because I called Ina, it's where the skid steer was originally purchased. I believe it's a windshield. But
Yes.
we are supposed to have prior approval before we make purchases, and I don't know that Doug really knew that.
I did reach out to Doug this weekend. I did not get a call back. That was on my to-do today. I had board of review, and then Laura and I were in her office reviewing from 3 until 6. So I have not had a chance to follow up with him. I will give him a call tomorrow and report back to the board, and we can put it on the agenda for the end of the month where we can inform the public if they're on and want to know as well.
We have no clerk's additions on any of these?
On the solid waste, oh, yes, thank you. We did, just the pay tech. That came in today,
Oh, yes, for 88.
yeah. Was it 88 or was it 89?
I thought it was 88 something.
$82.86. So that has to be added to that $82.86. Thanks, Bill. I'd forgotten all about that, but I did send it to you guys. So
Motion on the floor.
Trying to get a number, Bill.
Oh, we're adding it up? Oh, okay.
So it comes to $12,527.08.
Correct. I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve the solid waste for $12,527.08.
I'll second.
Okay. Christie,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Lawrence,
No.
Darla,
Yes.
and I will say yes. But we do need to really make sure that he realizes that he can't purchase bigger ticket items without permission first from the board.
Absolutely, and we need to make sure that it is clear that he cannot break something and not inform somebody and then just.
And I don't know if it was broken or if they never got it. If it was broken, then
It had a windshield. It had a windshield and it had windshield wipers, so I can't imagine he'd need another windshield, but we'll find out. The water. What do we got going on for water?
I redid the water. I fat fingered it the first time, and then I didn't have the address to add it. So water comes to 300,171.48.
300,171.48.
Yes.
Any questions in regards to the water? All right, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the payment of the water in the amount of $300,171.48.
Second.
All right, motion on the floor. Christie made a motion to pay the water at 300,171.48. Bill seconded it. Bill,
Yes.
Lawrence,
Yes.
Darla,
Yes.
I will say yes, and Christie.
Yes.
Okay, motion carried.
All right, the general fund.
Okay. Oh, it's like, because I always have my general first. It's like I probably. Okay, general. I would not have, Rick Payne's on there. So we would have to increase it by 20, Christie and I talked today, and he's just asking for, payment for his internet because he did, Board of Review training. So this would be, let me add these two together. $7,617.89.
What about Yo and Yo?
I don't.
Yo and
have
Yo
the-
can't be paid because
Yeah,
they
I
haven't
don't have
followed
the
through with
stuff.
giving us their paperwork.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Can't pay them if they're not in the
the
system.
system.
Roger, roger.
So I've got $7,617.89.
Correct.
All right, I'll make oh, I'm sorry. Were there any questions from any board members on the general fund? All right, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve the bills for the general fund at $7,617.89.
I'll second.
Okay. Christie made a motion to pay the general bills at $7,617.89, and Bill seconded. So
That is
Lawrence,
Yes.
Darla,
Yes.
I will say yes, Christie,
Yes.
and Bill.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, that's me. We need an approval of the board minutes from February 25th, 2021 meeting.
And you had asked me before anybody makes a motion, the closed stays closed. That stays
The
with
board
me.
does, yeah, but the board does need to approve them. The five
But-
members need to approve it and put in an envelope. They then get sealed. It is sealed and kept for a year. Because if for some reason with the litigation that needs to be reopened.
See, I was under the understanding that nobody saw them but me. They just go in an envelope. So
Nope.
that's why I did not give them to you.
Nope, it's the 5 board members that are privy to them, and then they're in the sealed envelope, because if we have to open that due to something in regards to the litigation, then that's our proof, but it is not public knowledge.
Okay, so you guys don't have them, so you can't approve something you've not seen. So how do we handle this then?
I'll make a motion to table approving the closed minutes until
the
the
end of the
next
month?
board meeting
Okay.
due to a misunderstanding of process.
Okay,
Can I get a second?
Second.
Go ahead and take roll.
all right, let me write this first because I had my mind set on the 25th. So you made a motion to table the closed session until the end of the month meeting.
Correct.
And Bill seconded it. Okay, so Darla,
Yes.
I will say yes. Christie,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
and Lawrence. Okay,
Yes.
motion, okay, motion
Motion
carried.
carried. All right, I'll make a motion to approve the general board minutes from the special meeting of 2020 of February 25th.
I'll second.
All right, go ahead and take roll.
All right, I will say yes. Christie,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Lawrence,
Yes.
and Darla.
Yes.
All right, motion passed.
carried.
Was there any correspondence?
I didn't get anything, Christie, other than the quotes.
Unfinished business, the trees at the park, have those been taken care of, or are we still not?
I tried to contact Shane the other day. We've made contact once, but he needs to get back with me, and the electrical at the park is done. So,
Perfect. And I believe that wire was replaced.
yes, it was all taken care of. Actually, it's in the bill in the general to pay.
Okay. The policies and procedures manual, Laura has received the recordings from those minutes and the updated policy manual as it stands. She is going to be going over that and giving some input on the specific sections that we asked for her input, and that will be approved at the end of the month meeting before we move into the next fiscal year. Any questions on that from the board?
Nope.
Okay. The planning ordinances, they're still sitting there and we still need to take care of them. Anybody have a date in mind that we want to push for that? April 1st meeting, or not April 1st, but the April meeting? Can we schedule a workshop sometime in between now and the April board meeting to go over the ordinances so that we can approve them?
Has the ordinances been gone through the planning committee with approval, and do we have copies of those available so we can review?
Those are the ones that have been tabled since 2019.
Oh my.
If we review those before the last meeting, couldn't we at least take them up at that time?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even if we schedule a workshop and review them like we did with the policy and procedure manual, we could approve them at the April 1st, not April 1st, but the April board meeting, April Fools. At the April board meeting, whatever date.
I agree. That sounds like a good idea.
Okay, so that's what we're doing. The cemetery columbarium.
Until we can get in there and get the foundation and stuff after the frost. Cal needs to get in there and get the foundation done. Then we can bring that in and he should be starting on his landscaping.
Okay, and have his, has he given you a timeline of when this is all going to
No.
occur?
I need him to call me again. I've called him and he's not called me back.
Okay.
So,
If we can try to get a timeline set from him, and as Ken requested in that letter, just make sure that we've got a copy of the stuff that we need. And the code enforcement officer position, that was what was presented in the code enforcement officer report. I'll make a motion to have the entire board act as the code enforcement officer for 1 year and reevaluate at the 22-23 fiscal budget.
Second,
Christy, are you gonna let us know, or how is this gonna, how are we going to know? I mean, it worked really good at being on the, it was like on the computer the last time, so we just knew it was there. How are we going to know?
So the log will be created and hopefully we get a server in here. But essentially those complaints that come to me will be forwarded to the board so that they know. The action plans will be filled out on them. Any input from the board will also be included in that to be included in the logs.
Okay. Okay, so we're to write out whatever transpires while we're there or talking, okay.
Yep.
okay, I was trying to find mine. It's gotten transferred. I guess you made a motion to approve the presented code enforcement officers. What do we want to call it? Not criteria, but
Proposal.
proposal. Okay, so you made a motion to approve the presented CEO's proposal on a trial basis.
Correct, and to be reevaluated at the 22-23 fiscal year budget.
'21, '22 budget.
22-23.
Okay, 22, 23 budget. Okay, and Bill seconded it. All right. So, Darla,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Lawrence,
No,
oh, Christie,
Yes.
and I guess I'm willing to give it a shot. I just don't want darts thrown at me.
Well, that's why we're gonna have them thrown at all of us together. It'll be great fun.
Yeah. So I guess motion
Motion
carried.
The website. So it is put into the proposed budget to have funds in order to get a new one up and running. I know Sandy did submit a new estimate or bid because the one that she originally submitted was, I think, about like 2 years old. Laura, did you fall out of your chair?
No, I was actually I'm over at my filing cabinet. I was gonna pull out Kyle's. I just now thought about his because I've given it to the board a couple of times. And I can give you his for comparison as to what they had.
All right. I do think that we need to put something out to the public to see what comes in. Do you know how much offhand approximately it is to publish something in the paper?
About $100.
What is the board's thoughts on publishing that in the paper, putting something on the current website and putting something out on our current Facebook page?
I think it's a
Two of
good
which are
idea.
free, one of which would cost $100.
Well, can't we post it on our Facebook pages?
We can post it on our Facebook page. We could post it on our website. And then we could each pick one company, find a company to call and get a bid from. I'm not pushing Sandy off the block, but I do think that we need to put it out there just to be legit with our policies and procedures going forward.
have you thought about, is it free to put anything on the MTA, or what does the MTA cost to put it on theirs?
I have no idea. And I don't know how to access their classified stuff there.
I have been contacted by a couple of government related type web producers. I can give you their names and probably an email contact if you'd like that. Like Revise It, I think is one of them.
Okay.
I've got Schumacher's here.
Yep.
Theirs was just to set it up, and then there would be a monthly charge. And then if they had to change things for us, it was going to even be a charge there, but theirs was $15 just to set it up.
Okay. Well, let's get some numbers. Let's plan on each of us bringing back one, and we'll see where we fall and make a decision at the April meeting. Or if we've got them all by the end of the month, we can make a decision by then.
Yeah, because I know it's going to take quite a while to get it set up. It's certainly not going to happen overnight.
That is correct.
I know 2 firefighters. One was from Homer who set up John Hansen's website. And I know Scott Conkright, I know I always say his name wrong. He set up Lee's for website.
For the Facebook or for the actual website?
He's their actual Lee Township's website, firefighters website.
Didn't know we had one. All right, well, reach out to him and see what he has to say.
Okay.
The Facebook page is up. Marie Hickerson is the one that maintains and runs that. She's trying her hardest this week. She's actually very, very sick. So just keep her in your thoughts and hope that she gets better, because she really does a lot for this township. And I really appreciate her, and I know Laura does too.
Yeah.
I'm sure the rest of you do. I just know that Laura has had interactions with her. Laura,
Send us some chicken soup.
oh, we should. Do you hear that? The freaking coyotes.
It is. Oh my gosh.
They're trying to get us through the windows.
Seriously, they're very loud. They've got to be very close. I'm sorry. It is.
Oh my. Okay, so Lawrence, have you got those Facebook rules and guidelines so that we can get those posted yet?
I do, but they're on another computer, and I forgot to email them to you guys because with everything going on with this budget last week, I stared at my computer screen and I did not bother to forward those to you. So
Okay.
I'll have those to you at the end of the month, because they are done. I just got them on a different laptop.
Okay. The 21-22 road projects. Do we? I have that in my email. The actual numbers. Laura, have you received anything, if you're just seeing that email, have you received anything from road commission or anybody about the private roads?
As far as for this next season?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe we have a 3-year contract that terminates in 2022.
Okay. So as far as Oak Ridge Drive goes, we are going to need to schedule a public hearing for October to raise that cost to tend to that road.
We should do that either in September or the 1st of October, because we have to get it turned into equalization to get it put on the tax roll.
So Laura, if you can put it on your
Well,
calendar.
that's what I'm looking, because I've got something. I got it, but and I gave it back. It was back in February 15th. I got it, and I thought I sent it out to everybody, or it was in the packets at one time. Yes, because here's Cyan is $512.96. Oak Ridge Drive. Now this is for snow removal, grading, and brining. Oak Ridge is $1,529.70. And Kellogg, the Shamrock and all that is combined together is $2,699.77. Is that not just in this one that we're paying? As I remember saying, there were 2 of them. I think my memory is serving me correctly, were over budget.
I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention to you.
That's okay.
I mean, I am, but I'm not. Yes, you are
Yes,
correct.
we're
That's-
we're just paying
Yes.
them. I knew it was like, oh, come on,
But
man.
that's coming out of this budget year. So
Yes.
it'll still
But
be
did
the
I
same.
get, no, I did not get anything new that I'm aware of. But I do
Okay.
know if these are at this point, Oak Ridge is 1,227.70 over. Bill, you might want to make documentations. Well, it's on your receipt. The road commission, their invoice. I
Yep.
wrote it on there. Cyan's okay, but Oak Ridge and Ireland subdivision are over. And I wrote the amounts on there that they're over. So we're gonna have to adjust those.
I sent the current new budget thing for those private roads to Christie. They are over this year compared to what they estimated. I assume probably because of the snow or something.
Yeah.
But we're still okay as far as we're still willing to black. Oak Ridge is the only one that we really need to up just a little bit to make sure it stays in there.
Okay.
And Laura, when we go through to sit down to fix up the GL, there might be some numbers in there that are that make it look right this time,
Okay.
so that we're not making a budget amendment. All right, so I will share this and I will make a motion that we move forth with the 2-year plan for 11 Mile Road, section 7-8 from M20 to Olson Road for a total recon and overlay. The first year would be the total recon. It would sit for a year. That would be 62,963. And then the following year, it would be 186,522.35 for a grand total reconstruction for that road to be 249,488.539.
I'll second that motion.
All right, so how, I've got the what you have up on the screen in front of me. And you
Yep.
said the first year is going to be what?
62,963.04, the subtotal in the middle of the page.
Why does mine not have the subtotal? Did he give you a different one?
Yeah,
You
this
did.
is the one that's
Okay,
split into
right.
2
That's
years.
why I'm like, all right, I didn't get a different one. Email me that, please.
Yep, I will.
62, we're all covering up the subtotal. I want to write it down. 6293 what?
963.04.
62,963.24.
0.04.
Okay. All right. So email me that, please.
Yep, I just downloaded it so I could send it.
Okay.
And then the second year, 186,522.35 for a total of 249,485.39.
Okay, 249,835.
485.
485.3. Okay. All right.
And I believe somebody seconded that.
Yep, Bill did. Okay, so, Bill,
Yes.
Lawrence,
Yes.
Christie,
Yes.
Darla,
Yes.
and I will say yes. So motion carried.
Is there anybody on in regards to the planning commission that wants to give a report?
If not, I did put in everybody's packet, a whole big packet from the planning commission, so. Should have been in
If you
everybody's
want, I'll do
packet.
my best. I'm not married, so I don't have the same knowledge right away. But we did get together. We went through the ordinances that was previously sent up to you guys. I know Mary's working on last year's report that she was probably planning on giving you guys tonight. but she's not in attendance.
Is she okay?
But with
It's here.
I am
It's in the
I
packet.
haven't
It's in our
that
packet,
I'm unaware
Lawrence.
of. Is it?
Yep, it
Yeah.
is.
I'm sorry, Lawrence, is she okay?
I don't know. I haven't really talked to her today, so I'm just as surprised as you are that she's not on.
Yeah, I really had talked to her and she
Let me
was,
see if I can't find the report here.
just give us your version.
But I'll have her. That's in the packet for you guys to read then, and she will probably read that the next time that she's on at the end of the month. But we basically went through all the ordinances that are up on the table for us as the board to go over. Because you said for the previous board, I don't know if it's the previous or something that happened earlier, that we were all going to kind of get together and work through it on a workshop and make sure everybody was on the same page. And so everybody on the planning commission is now getting up to speed and understands what's going on. So I feel like it's a good thing. We still have a lot of work to do before we all probably feel completely comfortable in the new role, but everybody is working hard, reading the material that we need to read, and we're all feeling more and more confident in what we got to do. And I know we got some cell phone stuff going on that I'm still not really 100% on the lingo. So I'll have Mary talk about that more next time that she's on. Well, I'm still coming up to speed. Any questions for me, and I'll try to answer them the best I can.
What's the discussion on the Michaela project?
Mary sent out a list of everything and ordinances and all the procedures to help them jump through the hoops as quickly as possible, so they know what is expected of them to meet our standards to move forward with that project. And that's the last time I've heard, was that they are in contact so they can try to speed that process up. So it's not, here's what we want to do. Nope, that's not within the zoning and planning. You got to come back. They kind of made sure that they knew exactly where to look, knew what was expected, so they can critique and change anything they need to try to get the project going.
Good. Okay, good. Thank you, Lawrence.
Yep.
Township Code Authority.
Oh, that's a pretty short report. Okay. One of the copies I gave you was our new budget, and we're going to be looking at over and approving it next this end of this month. The inspectors gave their report, and basically things have slowed down quite a bit, and they believe it's because of the cost of materials. There were not any violations. And Amy shared with us that she is dealing with a health issue. So.
Yeah. All right. So I do have to say that we really do need to make a motion on the solid waste station. Moving forward for the fiscal year, we need to plan and we need to move forward. I will make a motion to move forward with option 2 of the solid waste curbside pickup without recycle, for a budgeted amount for the upcoming year of $355,814.
Don't we have to have a public hearing just alone on closing the dump?
No.
And you checked into that?
Yes.
Okay.
Give me that
Second.
figure. Give me that figure again.
355,814.
And no pennies.
No pennies.
And that was what one was it?
That is option 2, curbside pickup with no recycle.
Okay, so Christie made a motion to move with option 2 for solid waste with the curbside pickup with no recycling at the cost of $355,814.
Correct.
And did I hear a second?
Yes,
All righty. Lawrence,
No.
Christie,
Yes.
Darla,
Yes.
Bill,
yes,
and I have to say no.
Motion carried.
Motion carried.
We'll get with Gary so that we can get that contract taken care of, and the details of closure and how to move forward will be discussed at the meeting at the end of the month.
Right on.
We will try to get that meeting scheduled and posted by, let's say, next Monday, the 15th.
Are we going to do something about recycling? I mean, this is, I don't know what, but just a thought.
For the first year, the residents, if they want to continue the recycling, they will have to take it to the recycle center.
Okay, that's what I want to know. All right.
Next fiscal year, we can revisit, and per Gary in the contract, we can add that at any time. Correct, Gary?
Yes, ma'am.
Any public comment?
This is Kyle. I have public. Hi. I appreciate that vote. I appreciate the fiduciary responsibility that you had to take care of there. I would have liked to have the recycling, but I understand the situation. So thank you, though.
Thank you.
I have a public comment.
Go ahead.
The information. Is there a way to possibly have that posted down at the hall on a bulletin board, maybe a public bulletin board thing that items could be posted on there from that are approved by the board?
Laura, you're muted. I can't hear you. Yeah, you're muted.
There's what I was trying to say, and I didn't realize I was muted. I'm hearing too much conversation in the background. So Tanya, start over, please.
Certainly. With the new stuff coming in from Republic and all that, the services and everything, I was just wondering if there'd be a way possibly to have a public bulletin board across from the township bulletin board in the hall entranceway there.
Yeah, whatever's given to me, I can do it.
Well, I just, things that can be approved by the board, then it could be put up there for public services. So if they know, sort of like the Facebook page, but have something down there at the hall posting the information as well for people for community services, the curbside stuff, what they need, information they need to for anything, like what have you.
Yeah, like the processes and stuff, so it's available.
Yeah,
to them.
who to contact if they have a problem, that sort of stuff, as well as information for upcoming services that will be also available, that sort of thing.
Right. Absolutely. And if you are willing to spearhead that, I will try my hardest to work with you on it. And I'm sure Darla would also pitch in, and Laura,
Awesome.
if you're willing.
See if we can find someone to make a bulletin board to put on the other wall and stuff as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if Tom York would make a matching one, because I believe he made that one out there.
Well, I'll see if I can reach out to him and see if he'd be willing.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Just B, you got your hand up in the air.
So since the board is now taking the responsibility of enforcing ordinances, all I ask, and really what every resident should demand, is that each and every one of you know the ordinance and apply them fairly and consistently and as they read on paper, and not, I mean, this is 2 + 2 = 4. What is written on that piece of paper is what it means. You can't extrapolate or make excuses or kind of do what you want. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jeff. And I hope that we can hold each other accountable to be able to do that. And I do appreciate residents such as yourself that do hold us accountable and push forward for us to look into things. And you actually opened a big light to, I think, the rest of the board and how your situation was handled. So thank you on that, and please continue to hold us accountable. Any other public comment?
I thought there were 2 people with their hands raised, but it disappeared on me.
I had only seen Jeff's. Any other business that can properly be brought before the board?
What I want to deal with the quotes for the painting of the hall.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Those are in there.
So are we done with public comment then?
Yep.
Okay. I gave out 4 quotes. The first one was from Beach Painting at $950. The second one was from is it Ray Kratzer? Rob, okay. His comes in at $3,250, but that's just, he makes no mention of the meeting room, our small meeting room. He makes no mention of that, and stuff was fixed in the small room. And then the large big room. So his comes in at $3,250. The next one comes from Munger Construction. He breaks it down tremendously of what they're gonna do in the big room, and then the small room is just over the door head of the closet into where the voting machine's at. And his comes in at $3,200. And then I've got Conklin Solutions, and he comes in at $7,639.96. So you guys should have them all in front of you, and I can give you my opinion. I met all of them. If you want me to give you my opinion.
Are they all licensed and insured?
They are. As far as I know, I do not know if Beaches, he's the only one that didn't offer that information, and you can see his amount versus the others.
Is this to paint all the walls in the
Yes.
rooms?
Yes.
Or just the touch up of the
No,
area?
nope, especially Munger. They intend on taking the trim in the big room totally down, painting the whole hall, and redoing all of it. And putting the trim back up, but painting with the 3 same colors that we have. So that would be the big room, and then, like I said, in the small meeting room, the only spot that was affected was over the door to go into the closet. So that will be done also.
So is that your motion to go with Munger?
That's who I felt the most comfortable with. They took the most time with me, and they're they're what? They're actually the second lowest. Then Rob is $50 more than Munger's, and he doesn't give me much to go on here. If you look at his, and I don't mean any disrespect to anybody, but
If that's your motion, I'll second.
does anybody have any other questions?
When is this gonna be, when can they get us in?
He told me as soon as I tell them Munger said as soon as I told him he would get us on his schedule, so I'm hoping it will be done before the April meeting. Because I'm sure we'll have to meet in the big room. I'm sure there would still be restrictions. So,
All right, go ahead and take roll.
all right, I don't know where I left off last time, so I'll start with Darla.
No,
All right, Bill,
Yes,
Lawrence. Is Lawrence still with us?
Sorry, I fat thumbed the mute button.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, Christie,
Yes.
and I will say yes, so motion carried. I will get a hold of him and I'll let everybody know when he's planning on getting it done. So that's all I have, Christie. I don't know if anybody has anything else.
Darla, Lawrence, Bill, anything else? All right, can I get a motion to adjourn?
motion to adjourn.
Second, go ahead and take a roll.
All right, Bill,
Yes.
Lawrence,
Yes.
Christie,
Yes.
I will definitely say yes, and Darla.
yes.
All right, motion carried. It is 12.
Time for a beer.
What was that?
Time for a beer.
No, time for this head to go to the pillow. Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you all.